Yeah.
You are live.
We are live at our Budget and Finance and Committee of the Whole session reviewing the City of Gloucester's budget. My name is Scott Mempart. I'm the Ward 1 City Councilor. We're at the Harbor Master's office on Harbor Loop live, and also attendance is available via Zoom, and there'll be a Zoom recording of the entire session today. This is our departmental budget review number 2 session. And we are going to start with the Health Department. Good morning.
Good morning.
Health Department. We'll be moving on to the Assessor's Office, Fire Department, including Emergency Management. Then at around 11 o'clock, DPW, Water, Sewer, the Talbot Rink. 1 o'clock after lunch break, Council on Aging. 1:30, Community Development, including grants, conservation and tourism. 2 o'clock, the mayor. We're currently scheduled for 2:30 with the treasurer collector, and we may be postponing that until our alternate date next week. See about that, and the timing. And then we're going to end today with the Waterways, Harbor Master and Shellfish departments. With me today is Councilor Tony Gross at large, Vice Chair, and also City Council President. Sherry White, Clerk of Committees, Jill Cahill, CAO, Connor McCorkle, CFO. We're proud to delete anything to that. And Joe Rosa and
Dominique Hurley.
Dominique Hurley from the Health Department. And we'll be starting with you unless there are any other business matters.
I don't think so.
We should be joined shortly by Councilor Jeff Wortley. And this is advertised as a committee of the whole, so there may be other city councilors joining us either virtually or online.
Councilor Jason Groen is online as well.
Councilor Groves, welcome. Jason, good morning, Jason. So Dominique and Joe, Joe is yours. If you just want
Thank
to,
you.
what page are we on here in the budget book?
75. And Mr. Chairman, we will likely be interrupted when the DPW does come to look at this wall.
It's page 75 in our budget book, Board of Health.
So if I could start, I wanted to just give you a bit of an understanding of what the department's facing and what we've done to prepare for the budget. All right with you, gentlemen?
That would be
All
wonderful.
right, wonderful. So important to understand is that we're a public safety department and we are mandated by the state to oversee food, housing, nuisance, septic wells, and communicable disease. We recently did a self-assessment against what the state has deemed, guidelines for how a public health department should operate under the work they're doing for public health excellence. And we scored under 50% in the majority of the categories, not because of knowledge. In the knowledge and understanding of the law and what's expected, we scored quite well. But in the actual things that we can do and have time to do, we scored poorly in the case of food under 25%. So we've taken a lot of action since I've joined the department, certainly to look at processes and organizational design and, where we're spending and trying to be as effective as possible. But the bottom line is we are, woefully unprepared at this point to be able to serve the city properly with the current staff that we have. We have been doing terrific things to automate, to work and delegate responsibilities across departments. We've worked with the unions as we've brought in new hires as people have left the organization to be sure that we can have them cross-functionally trained, adding to those job descriptions. So we're working as hard as we can to try and get everything done. The state recommends that municipality fund health department at $36.98 per capita, which for us is a bit over $1 million. It's definitely not where we're funded. And after working with the mayor's office, we're in alignment in terms of what we're asking for this year. We've been really transparent about the things we're doing and the things we're not doing with the administration, and they've been very supportive in giving us guidance on what to focus on, working directly with the board as well on the same. And we've, in preparation for this budget, took a very hard look at all the expenses that we've had in past years. So you're going to see numbers looking a little differently this year. They're sitting in different buckets, and that's because we got rid of anything that wasn't needed. And we had a bucket of like, what money did we find? So we found 13% out of our existing budget to push it into areas that will help us be more effective. And I want to point out that this is only for us to be compliant to law. We're not doing any of the other things that health departments often do, which is support overall programs and services to help the health and well-being. This is really just the mandated work that we're trying to be compliant on. In particular, I want to call out septic. Septic, 20 years ago, we had over 3.5 people in the department. Today, we have 1. The number of failures has increased over time with aging systems. The number of variance requests have become more complex. And also the number of subdivisions and developments that are trying to come into our city as well have added a lot of workload to that department. We cannot keep up to the work, and we're not doing the work that we should be doing also to protect the citizenry and looking at operational maintenance schedules, pump outs. These are all really important things that are simply not happening right now in our city, and they should be. So you'll see in the ask today for us to have an additional headcount to give us some support there, increase some overtime, and also on the OpEx or the purchase of services side, as we call it here, looking to have the ability to outsource and to help support that department and that inspectional area in particular. We're still understaffed in the rest of the areas and certainly in the health services side, but I believe in this year in particular, given what's going on in the schools, which were, incredibly supportive of what the needs are there. We think it's a really fair ask, and we're hoping that you all will feel the same. So with that, I don't know if you have had a chance to look at it, if you want me to walk you through it, whatever, however you'd like me to proceed, I'm happy to.
I'll just add, this is the only headcount add you'll see in the budget at all this year on the city side.
And from everything we've heard from constituents, that this is a vital position. Septic review is critical, and since it's for particularly major projects, not just lump them all into one category, major projects. The timetable that starts ticking when planning board gets it, that you have to have more help to do a thorough examination of what any proposed project would be. So yeah, this is not an option.
Thank you. I'm glad you feel the same way.
Yeah, the number of variants, every time a variance request comes through, it's more normally because a new technology is being put in place, and that requires an operation and maintenance schedule to be maintained, or it could fail and be in a worse situation than before. So there's also a lot of work to be done to satisfy the growing, dynamics that surround septic in our city. Morning, everybody.
Now, does the state have any guidelines on the operations and maintenance they can use?
Yes, as do our local regulations as well. And we're not, basically we are responding now to complaint. There's a lot of work to be done to ensure that we can, at the regularity. I think our local regulations go every 3.5 years, for a pump out, and operational maintenance is more current than that. And we are hard pressed to hit that obligation because we can't look up from the workload that's coming in every single day.
Right.
It's really important that we can track on those. It's concerning that we can't.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I could just
Yes,
add
Joe,
a
please.
comment, put a finer point on what Dominique has already said, and that the entire department has turned over in the last 2 years. There's one person with 2 years of history. All the rest are less than that. And they're all very good, but we're not back up to speed in terms of headcount. And so this is just one step in hoping to address the most critical problem, which, as Dominique has pointed out, is the septic reviews. That's critical for a lot of reasons. One, to just meet the standards of the state and our own standards, but also failures affect the health and well-being of the city. So it's important to do it.
Right.
On top of that, I've been on the board now for quite a while, and I've not ever seen so many new developments going into place. And they're all very complicated. Unfortunately, given the the areas that are available for development, they're closer and closer to the water.
And the water is closer and closer to them.
Exactly,
We
exactly.
can fix that problem.
And so, all of that just highlights the need to address the problem.
Yeah, there's no.
Please, Counselor.
There's not any places left that are easy to accommodate septic, so to have a second person in this is, you know, because it's just so, like you said, it's gonna be the alternate, the systems that you know, are specialized Title V systems that require ongoing operations, maintenance and testing.
That's correct.
And you know, to have, it's easy to lose sight of that if you don't have, if you're being flooded with new stuff that, you know, the stuff you have permitted,
Mhm.
then, you know, becomes sometimes no longer compliant
Mhm.
for the environment. So, yeah, this is, like I said earlier, this is not an optional position.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
If you wouldn't mind just backstepping to go through the entire departmental budget, that would help us to put those
And at what level of
changes
detail
into
would you,
perspective.
this is my first rodeo here, so at what level of detail would you like me to,
Not too, not
Okay.
too low.
All right. So from a salary standpoint, just looking at a personal services, the salaries are a continuation of the hires from last year, again, with the addition of this one position coming in at 65,000. We have a part-time assistant health inspector sitting under you know, in wages and also a recording secretary, which we've added the recording secretary to septic review subcommittee work because that's very important to have on record and to be done professionally. Prior to this, our sanitarian was also doing all of the notes. And so we've expanded the dollars there to accommodate that. The animal inspector is staying static at 8.8 K. So if we look into overtime, you'll see a growth there in overtime, and that's because of a few things. We have events and activities that require nights and weekend work for the food inspector. And we also will have, depending upon what has to happen in the evenings for housing emergencies and the like, we have to have those dollars available. That is growth over last year because the more often than not, those after hours will be required. And of course, obviously, we'll only be spending as needed there. From a longevity standpoint, there's growth over last year because two of our hires that are GMAA have 20 years in municipal government. And so there's been recent move to bring longevity regardless of what municipality you were in. So that's a growth there, really, you know, required. On the sick incentive side, again, this is the number of employees based on the years that they've been there, and you can see the breakdown of the rates that we would have to store for that. So is there any question as it relates to personal services?
Just one question.
Counselor Worthing.
Firstly, I'm sorry, phone off. I thought I had done that already. Sorry. It's a new phone, so I forgot.
Oh, and I took a picture of your face.
Yeah. Those two buttons. That's what- I do understand.
There we go.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
Thank you. First, Joe, I have great respect for the work you do in the Board of Health. Thank you for your continued support there. Dominique, I just want to say I'm very impressed overall, but just last week, I put a request to the mayor, I think at like 10 o'clock at night. Mr. Mayor responded at 10:05, I think, and then in the morning, or I was with the health related thing, and you were on it and resolved it the next morning. So I'm, that's not why I'm impressed with you, but that's just a very recent current example of your responsiveness. I appreciate it. So I appreciate and support the additional $65,000 for the health inspector. Walk me through, if you could, the difference between, you see the $65,000, difference between the 2023 actual, 343,000, 2024 actual, 392, and then the proposed projected, sorry, 678. That's a well, sort
Sure.
of 25%. I just want to understand it.
You want some support from Connor, because she wasn't here.
Okay.
But I can definitely, I've done the work to understand sort of what the drivers are. And so there's about 63,000 increase that are just level services, right, that are important to understand. So we've accommodated in this budget step increases for all eligible employees. We had, last year, the budget only had half of a salary for the assistant director. This year, of course, we have the full year for the assistant director. We have the expansion, as I described earlier, for the recording secretary, so that she can cover both septic review subcommittee as well as Board of Health meetings. And those take place more often. We have, as I also described, longevity increases for all of our GMA tenured employees. We've also filled open roles, and there have been slight salary variances between what we posted and what they actually came in at based on what HR determined to be an equitable salary for them. So that's the primary driver of the about 63,000 increases. And then, of course, the growth area, we have the septic inspector which is a plus 65K. And then we had that 50% or about $5,000 that we're asking as growth in overtime. And that should account for the delta between last year and this year.
So I just want to make sure, and then I'm not questioning the value of these things, I'm trying to understand it, if that's
Sure, of
okay.
course. Anything else?
So I think you mentioned the longevity, that's also listed under longevity, and the overtime is listed in here. So we're not counting that twice, though, are we?
No,
No.
Okay, so as you listed those things, those are additionally,
I'm just explaining to you the delta between last year and this year.
She's talking about this line down here.
okay, I'm sorry, I was looking at just the top line, I'm sorry, so I wasn't,
So that was the first half of the answer.
right. So the first half of the answer you said, half of the year essentially without a director.
So I'm sorry, we were only budgeted for half a year of the assistant director. And so her salary, it comes in at 92, right? And so last year we only had like 45, but this year, of course, we have to budget for her full year salary.
So I can see a $45,000 difference with that, and I see the $65,000 for the health inspector, that's 110. And then there was the 63,000, oh, sorry, that's. When I add it up, it doesn't add up to me, unless there's it wrong, $200,000.
I can go through each one if you'd like.
Just-
So longevity, as an example, last year it was $500. This year it's $4,000. And the reason for that is because of these two tenured employees with over 20 years that they get a $2,000 each, and $500 employee left the organization.
I understand, I'm just talking
He
about the
thinks
very
he's
top
talking,
numbers.
she's only talking about the top number, and I think what you're seeing is the things she explained.
Salaries?
Plus salaries don't always come in, right, what we budget. There's been turnover, so there might be lag, there might be, like, right, we might not have spent all of it.
If I may, there's the
Oh, I
twenty
didn't-
twenty-four projection at the bottom.
I think he's only talking about the top.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the bottom because that incorporates all,
Okay,
and it is actually $50,000 less, I mean, more. The projected for this year is $50,000 more than the
budget
ask.
next year. Yep.
So, Connor, if you could help with this, is, that incorporates all your projected expenses
Yeah,
on that projected 24.
and then projection's not always very, it's something Munis does when they're calculating the
Ah.
budget, so I tend to ignore that projection column. Yeah. It's an assumption that Munis puts in there.
Okay.
Sometimes with the salaries, it's a little.
Who's this, Mr. Munis?
And the actuals probably is where you're really looking, right? Because that's where they're at this moment in time.
And how
So
many
that's their
other
burn rate.
positions were not filled last year?
The
Or
public
turned
health
over.
nurse, yeah.
So
and-
that wouldn't be in the actual either, that salary was not there, the public health nurse salary was not
We've
in
been
there.
burning it as, because Cindy Junker is our temporary public health nurse, and we've been burning hours against that to fund her, because of course we need to have a public health nurse,
Right.
and she's been supporting that work.
And, but how much was that this year? Well,
I don't have my current budget on me in terms of how I've been burning this year.
right,
There's a few different things that have happened though. So as an example, we had a admin leave, and we brought in admin at a different level, and we saved $5,000. So that's kind of a negative. We had a position change to a senior inspector, so that added, next year it added about $5,000, and that's a rounding, but so that's a slight increase as well.
Yeah.
Those are really the big drivers. And I don't know, Jeff, if there's like, if I'm getting to the answer that
Yeah,
you're looking
so-
for here.
Again, I should be very sensitive. I'm not questioning the people and the work that you're doing. I'm not
Understand.
trying to question the value of it compared to something else. I just want to understand the numbers, and I'm not yet. So I see 2023 actual, I look at that number, $421,000 in the bottom left-hand corner.
Mhm.
And then I see 2024 actual 461, so that's a $40,000 difference. And I think that helps because that offsets a little bit of the, well, this person left midway, this person came on midway, you get 2 years of 421, 461, and then 679. That's, I see that as a $260,000 difference.
We're not through the fiscal year.
If I may,
Please.
that far left column is 2023 actual. You
Mhm.
have to remember, that's the period that ended June 30th, 2023. So we're talking a whole year ago. So they had many more vacancies in that fiscal year. So I think the number you're gonna wanna compare the 2025 mayor budget to is the 2024 original budget.
Mhm.
That's what we discussed at last year's meeting. So you can see there's about $120,000
I just need
difference
to
there.
understand those assumptions. You said,
That's not an assumption.
well, they're facts, I just don't,
Yeah.
the assumptions that produce the result on the paper, from a spreadsheet standpoint. The 421 is your actual as of June 30th,
No, actual as of the day this was printed, May sixth.
No, he's.
no, your 2023.
2023.
Right, that's your actual as of June 30th, 2023.
23, right.
Which the FY22 actual was 409. So it was actually $60,000 more in 2022.
What was the number?
409,201. That's what 2022 was, so it was actually. You know,
Down, 'cause there were just so many
60,
vacancies in that year.
$6,000 more in 2022.
409 is higher
Understand
than
what the
421?
Is,
Yeah, Jeff, can you just restate your concern in general terms?
23 actual. I was comparing actuals.
Yeah, 12, I'm sorry. So 2 questions. One, I want to understand, you said 2022 was 409.
It's just staying here.
Okay. I'm just trying to, it's just a math
I
question.
can help you.
Thank
I
you.
think I understand. So if we look at what Connor recommended to say, 220, the 224 original 540.7, right?
I don't see what that is. I'm sorry.
If you look at the second column, 2024 original budget.
Mhm.
The total was 547.72.
So that's what we projected.
That's what we said, that's what we were
Last year.
budgeted to do in
Mhm.
2024. Of course, we had open head count, and so our spend against that's a little lower.
Right.
And now we're, for 2025, we're jumping to 679, which is about, again, about 120K difference, right?
Those are different numbers. Let me get.
No,
the bottom.
that's right at the bottom line.
Got it.
All right, so let's just talk about that delta. About $120,000. So 63 of that 120 is coming from the things I described, the step increases, the full year salary for the assistant director, the recording secretary expansion, longevity increases, and the filled open role salary variances. The other half of that 120 plus is the 65K we're asking for this health inspector to support septic. So that should cover the gap that you're looking for. And I have a detailed piece of paper if you want to look at it that I've like gone through that
Please.
exercise. Is that all right if I circulate this? It's literally the plus minus of what you,
Thank you.
there you go.
And I appreciate that. I'm looking at the 2024 actual, which is not for a full year, so I understand that, versus the 2025 proposed. Right, so if we project another 6 weeks of this year, 461, the middle column at the bottom. Right, it's probably another 20, 30,000, I don't know. But then there's the jump to the proposed number of 670, so that's a.
again, I think that we've also, the actuals, again, that's a burn rate, so that's, you should be comparing it to the 2024 revised budget.
Well, that wasn't budgeted, what we've experienced was the 461, right?
To May sixth.
For another month and a half. Yeah. Yeah, we are gonna be under that though, because we don't yet have a public health nurse, right?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be helpful to find out, so what's the actual, so is it just a math question or
It's
what's
just a
the
math,
actual
it's
question?
just a math.
Okay, so
Right,
it's
I don't know. each
So that should
individual what
answer
they
it
do.
right
It's
in your
just a
hand.
math thing.
60,000 and 60,000 essentially is 120 between
Yeah, so I see 461 plus whatever's gonna be the next 7 weeks. Right?
Yep.
To 679. I see that as a 220, so call it $200,000 differential. And I
Right.
just don't,
But we can't tell, I can't project where actual is gonna land, right? I mean, if you, Kenny or
And I
Connor.
think looking at this too, when you look at this actual number for this year, like the public health nurse has been vacant all year. So you're not seeing the public health nurse salary.
Mhm.
But when we're doing the 2025 assumption, we're assuming that there's gonna be a public health nurse for the whole fiscal year. So, you know, that
It's just a
alone.
gear hung up on the
Yeah,
wrong
And
number.
just to help too with the 23, I was just looking at 23 because it was
We have it
originally
here.
545.
I think
And
it's
then we
okay.
had
that.
$200,000 of transfers out and 130 of it, I just saw, what's the fund, snow and ice.
Yeah.
So there was, a lot, a lot of vacancies in 23. So if I can say that again, so we budgeted 545 in fiscal year 23 as the original budget. And I see $200,000 being transferred out. And a majority of that, 130,000 was to fund snow and ice. So that was a year-end transfer. So John going through the accounts, and I do remember, or, the whole
We were- it
department.
was Slim.
Yeah, very slim.
Yeah.
So there was, 130,000 that was transferred out of this account, that first line that you're looking at,
Right.
and transferred to snow and ice.
In 2023, so. Yeah, so 2023, it makes sense to look at the actual, 2024, it makes sense to look at the revised. And obviously projected for 2025. That 2024 actual that you seem to be hung up on, that number, unless you have a way to
I'm not hung up
project.
on it, just divide by
Well,
12 and then add positions that you have in.
It's not that simple.
It's not.
It's not that simple because people come in different positions, people
Right,
come
so
in at
you add
different
those
times.
positions in. I mean, we're gonna spend,
It's
we're not
not-
gonna spend $100,000 in 2 months, or sorry, 7 weeks, are we? On salaries?
Yeah, I don't know that answer because I don't know exactly where we have to do some projections. If you want us to follow up with you on doing the
I mean,
projections to
you
get
can't
us.
tell me that you're gonna spend half of the budget for salaries in 2 months.
Well, I don't know when all the other things get paid out, but no, I don't think so. But again, we get to the end of the year. There might be, I think you're getting at what's gonna be left at the end of this year.
Well, if we took $138,000 out last year to go to snow and ice, and we're still looking at $200,000 increase or so. Again, for me, it's a math, it's not a political statement, it's not I just.
We understand that.
Thank you, I just wanna make sure, because I think sometimes you.
Yeah, Councilor Benson has a question.
Yeah, sorry for joining late. I had a work call and then I came in, so I.
Excuse me, just one
Yeah.
second. Did you convene that?
Oh,
It is.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
So I apologize for that.
Thank you.
So to the chair, I apologize.
Not at all.
To my question, to my
Glad you're
just,
here.
yes, no, to my
Get up on
question. I'm glad to be here. So I just was wondering, so like, if like, we're talking, so I understand the conversation, there's like steps too with employees, correct? Is that like why there could be like, say someone comes in, I'm trying to just understand like what you're getting at, cause I
Right,
was
what we-
getting what you're getting at.
What we budget at.
Yeah.
1 year versus what we spend, particularly in personnel, right?
Yep,
Changes because we might hire someone at us, we might have projected a higher step. Higher that actually be able to hire them at a lower, which is what. The admin position, for example, it's on that sheet. We had a longtime admin position. Who moved actually into Connor's office and the new admin came in at a different step, so.
at a lower step.
So
basically.
personnel in particular, things move
Could have been higher.
consistently. It could have been higher, it could have been lower. Things move throughout the year.
Sure.
And yes, we often, I mean, you guys, you're on BNF, you see the end of the year. We move things out, we move things in, you know what I mean? That's the fun game you guys do at the end of the year.
It's obvious to me.
I'm happy, by the way, to talk to you and brief you on burn rate and let you know exactly where these numbers are going. These numbers are accurate. And it's, likely that we haven't had success finding a public health nurse, so we're likely to be giving some dollars back. Because we're not spending it. But the rationale for next year, which I think is what we're talking about here, is carefully thought out and directly attending to all of these roles, being both needed and filled.
I think it's
They're all
important,
needed.
it's important too, you made the statement and it's very clear that there's been a 100% turnover
Yes.
in the Department of Health.
Yeah.
And there's been a huge amount of movement in and out and changing of positions, and I applaud you for being here and heading forward, and we're gonna staff that septic inspector as a new step, but there's a lot of moving pieces that we've undertaken in the last 2 years. We're on course, on track, And I think this is a good budget.
Yeah,
For you and for the city,
thank you.
you know,
If I may.
yes, please, Councilor Gross.
So disregarding previous years. We have all the numbers here that explain what the $679,000 is. So we have everything here, and if we feel that the delta between previous years has a multitude of reasons. But I think most concerning is, do we feel that some of these positions that it's fat? I mean, that's what's before us
Yeah.
today. And it doesn't really matter what happened in previous years, because this department in particular has been shorthanded for a number of years. So I think that, you know, getting back to what our purpose is here today is really examining whether or not their budget is valid. I think that's the question for us.
I agree with that.
I agree too. My questions aren't about,
Sidetracked into previous years.
for me, it's just, I want to understand it, and maybe I need to have a one-on-one at some point if the mayor's office allows that, just so I can understand it better, but
So that if you've been to the CWPP stuff, you got a little bit of an education from our DCR people, but that was a really, really dangerous time to be having a fire, and we saw what the results are.
How's that? Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
It's Chairman.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
I wanted to double down on the overtime question. My belief is that overtime actually saves us money in the long run, right? Otherwise, you're trying to bring people on full time, which isn't always easy to do. When I look at the overtime numbers, you said total fire was $50,000.
Well, that was a combination of overtime, equipment, right? And so there's numerous things involved in that number. The bulk of it was overtime. Injuries that occurred out there lead to additional overtime. So when you capture the entire effect of that, it was about a $50,000 at least hit to the city just from the fire department side. That doesn't include how much water we pulled out of the water system. Obviously, we got a lot of help and they pulled it right out of the reservoir, which is a cheaper water because Mike didn't process it and put it through the system, but it still has a value that we just poured on the ground.
In
So,
a drought.
yep.
You guys did great work with that. For some reason, considering how long that was and how many men and women we had working on that, I thought it'd be more than $50,000. Remember, I thought we had a conversation at one point at city council, we were a number of $200,000. Maybe that's including the total cost, which was existing staff that was already budgeted for that time.
Yeah, as we go back and pull up
That's
all the
okay.
paperwork, it gets to be a blur a few years
That's
later.
totally
but,
right.
we got through it and moving on to the next
Right.
piece, right?
So 2024, you had a original budget of $164,000. This is the second column, page 41, second bracket down. 513,000 overtime. Starts with 2023 actual 657, then budgeted 164. Revised budget 764, actual 601. Are we likely to see, what I don't see here is what we budgeted in 2023. Are we likely to see $600,000 in expenses and overtime?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Almost guaranteed at the staffing levels that we nominally run. So the union contract requires 72 funded positions. We short that by 3 positions purposefully because they're not required to be filled, just funded. So that funding for those positions automatically just becomes available to transfer into overtime as needed. And you layer into that anybody that is resigned, retired, injured, out long-term, all of that adds up to the balance of what you're seeing here, along with callbacks for, fires and woods issues and whatnot. So this has been pretty consistent in that same neck of the woods over the last probably 5 years-ish. Obviously it changes with the rates of pay as they go up, that number edges up. But again, if we're getting lucky and we're not having a lot of injuries during high periods of vacation time and summer seasons and fires and whatnot, then the callback expense is less. So those overtime shifts are less. So again, it's somewhat unpredictable, but we have pretty good historical data that leads us to.
Yeah, you said unpredictable, you did also say near guaranteed that it will be spent, there'll be something, we don't know what will cause it, but there'll be a variety of things that could lead to that. I just do question you. Put part of the mayor's office and to ourselves, the sort of fiduciary rationale of budgeting for something we know is, the opposite. Nearly guaranteed we're gonna spend $600,000. This near guarantee is not $100,000. How do we, if we put a higher number in there, obviously we're gonna take it somewhere else. I understand that, but isn't there a point where we say, well, we know this is what's been happening for X number of years, shouldn't we be budgeting for that? Well, that's a question back to the administration, and if Kenny wants to add any data to that, I appreciate it.
I think the chief summarized it well, where we intentionally leave vacancies in the salary line because they're contractual obligation.
It's just covered part.
Can I ask a question to maybe clarify that? So in the, so you have 3 positions that we've already funded and somewhere they're captured in the firefighter and the 43 paramedic. So there's 3 positions in those 2 line items that we do not fill. So there's 120 grand at least.
Ish, yes,
That's right.
it's right around 120. So
That's right.
Per person.
Right. Per person,
Keep it
so
there.
multiply that times 3.
Yep.
So,
we're
but some of
looking at-
that's in the benefit side.
Right, so there's additional costs there that doesn't fall in our budget,
Right.
that would fall back in other budgets that
So-
also cost.
So, yeah, so there's a big pot of money that is
We know.
targeted for here.
And we keep
Or
it
can
in that
be
budget
used for you.
prior to fund it.
Yes.
The loopholes and strings and verbiage of contractual. That we have to follow, and we do, but this is also what management can exercise to manage the budget.
Brian, we're not going anywhere.
Trying to get more money, but I don't think I'm gonna get it.
See you in an hour.
Yeah, it is what it is. You know, I think we're in a good spot. We've been in a pretty good spot. Hiring to fill vacancies is so difficult right now that these things would sit unfilled anyway, even if it wasn't a choice, to be honest with you. It's like pulling teeth to get people, and then the retention of them is not as simple as you would think either. We've had 2 that I've seen it rarely in my career, but 2 out of the same hiring that resigned once, both for personal reasons, not related to the job. But, you know, one guy was a stamp carrying mechanical engineer and decided to give this a whirl, much to our conversation during the interview about, are you really, really sure about this? Because you make more money now than what you're ever gonna make here. You're sure? Yeah, I wanna do this. Okay. Months later, you know what? I changed my mind. It's like, okay.
Live the dream.
So, you know, it just is what it is.
Counselor Benson.
Yeah, just also first, I want to just clarify that I have relatives on the fire department. I just was curious, like you said, like it's hard to keep people, it's also hard to hire. Why is that? If you just could briefly explain.
Yeah, the retention isn't the difficult piece
Yeah,
for us.
okay.
We see that far less in this business, but there is an issue within retention throughout the fire service en masse, because they've made under the civil service system and the retirement system, it's far more portable here than in most states and in most fire services across the country, right? They don't have the flexibility to go, oh, I like working here, but that's where I live and I really, really want to work there. And I'll take this job today, but I might go there tomorrow and I take my pension with me, I take my civil service status. I don't lose anything except a little bit of seniority for vacation and maybe what truck I ride for a little while. And in some cases, you know, our situation, we've really lost most of the ones that have taken those transfer options to departments like Massport, because Massport pays more and they have almost unlimited overtime funding and training. So they're the golden goose, if you will, for people in the fire service, and getting in there is extremely difficult. And they don't hire direct from the new hire list from civil service. They require you have experience in the field, and they poach all the cream from everybody else's departments. So it's hard to compete with that. And fortunately, it doesn't happen a ton, but just in my 12 years here, I've seen us lose 4 people because of that ability to transfer like that. And 3 out of the 4, I think, are at Massport, so.
And you said it's like pulling teeth to get new hires, is that, because that seems like an issue with a lot of public safety is, I
And
know
for us,
police are
it's-
dealing with this, and it's not just here, it's across the country.
It is.
And I'm sure you're dealing with it
Yeah,
as
so
well.
we're kind of the last area of the country, honestly, to be impacted by this shift in what this generation wants to do for work, right? This is not remote work. You can't go home and sit at home and work remotely doing firefighting and EMS. And then, whilst I think we pay fairly well, we're not the highest paying per hour department. And we do ask our people to work more hours in this department than is traditional in others. So we have, pay rates, amount of work that we want you to do. For most people that want to be in this business, this is an appealing place to work. Where we live, the work that we get in this community works out for most, but not all. And there's just an overall shortage, especially for firefighters, people that have taken the list, and are qualified to apply and get on the job as a firefighter that also need to have a paramedic license. That is the other big gap. So the last 5 out of 6 hires that we've made, we've actually put out a list and didn't get enough. Pulled out another list, didn't get enough, pulled out, and those are at the paramedic level. Then the last chance that we throw the bait out in the water is we cut it down to EMT with a caveat and agreement that they sign that when you come on the job, you're going to pay and expend the energy to get your way through paramedic school and become a paramedic within a prescribed window, or you no longer work here. Are you willing to do that? And the folks with the EMT licenses are more apt to do that because it's a long class. It's a lot of money and they can't stop working. They can come to work for us as an EMT. We work with them on their schedule. They get through something that they couldn't manage as a full-time employee in other walks of life. So it's working out. It's just kind of delaying getting people at the level that we want. The upside is they're a little cheaper per hour, so, and they're paying for their own education, right? That is the other piece of it. At some point, will that have to shift? If the market doesn't change, it probably will. Other departments are paying bonuses to people to come on board and paying for their education to go to school. So we're not, we pay a bonus after they complete it, 5 years on down the road at about $5,000, which isn't even half of what it costs them to go to school. Right, so
It's 20,000 now for paramedic school.
yeah, so they're,
So spend 20,000 and 5 years, they get 5,000 back.
yeah,
It's a pretty investment.
Plus the job.
Well, job
it
too.
does get them in the job. It starts them sooner than if they would have tried to struggle through it on their own. And when they do their interview, we tell them how we support them in the scheduling and getting their clinicals done and going to school, that we're gonna help you. You're not gonna be having to take your own time if it conflicts with your work schedule. We're gonna let you go do that. We don't really want to, but that's the only way to balance this out to make it work for everybody. If they go on a day off, they have class, they're on their own, they don't get overtime. That's just how it is. But if class is scheduled for a day they're at work, we cut them loose to go and attend school at no cost to them. Obviously, could be a cost to the city, but that again is the balance between giving them 20 grand or giving them 5 grand later is how we manage it fiscally. So far, it's mostly working.
Other questions? Councilor Whitley.
First, again, thank you for this. I don't have major questions on the budget. The work you do is phenomenal. It's a tough industry, right? I think that the days of wanting to grow up like your dad to be a firefighter, you don't see that as much. It's now working life insurance, firefighters die younger than other people, not because of the deaths on the job, but because the sleep schedule, how that messes with your mental health and your physical health and all that. It's not easy. I do have a question. So I understand we have to fund those positions, whether we hire those or not, and we can use that to backfill some overtime. So I understand it now. Thank you. This might be a question when we get to revenue, which is not something you're affected yet, but I just want to get the question up for a second. EMS services, I don't know if do we partner with Beauport or do we compete with Beauport? I don't know how the industry works.
So in the city of Gloucester, the fire department is the primary provider. So we own the service zone plan as the community. We provide EMS. Beauport is partnered with us under a written contract. That's a non-monetary contract for them, in that they are our first call for any calls that we can't handle. Like, instead of calling Manchester for mutual aid and giving the work to them, we call Beauport first, so long as they can respond immediately and within the requirements of that contract, which are almost as quickly as what we're able to do when a truck's available, then they'll get the work. If they don't, then we're calling mutual aid. So it's not really competing, because it's our community. We have the responsibility for it. We have the tools to apply to it. But obviously they're an ambulance service in town, but they are a privately owned for-profit business, right? That we request assistance when we can't handle it, instead of leaning on our neighbors, which are more resource strapped honestly than we are. And so it's, you know, it's good for Beauport to pick up the extra calls, keeps them working in town. And it doesn't overtask our mutual aid partners on things that would get to be too much if we did it at the level that we bring in
Or
Beauport.
tier, right? So.
Yeah, we service them more than they service themselves, so
Do we get paid for that?
we do.
So mutually, so we go to Rockport Health, they pay for our overtime?
They pay for any overtime that we hire back to replace it, plus we obviously keep the revenue, albeit what it is nowadays, for the EMS calls, so.
And we would see that in general fund on revenues, or where would we see that?
Oh, so there's a separate account, there's an MOU, separate account that we have for that. It's an intermunicipal agreement. And it basically pays the overtime, so it's a revolving account, the money, so we're paying you to come in off duty to cover the city again, because our resource left to the neighbors who borrow it a lot. And so they're paying for those people to come in, so it takes, you know, we paid up front, we get the money back and it levels the account out and now we're made whole. We didn't put their burden for their service that they own and are responsible for on our taxpayers.
Will we see that in revolving accounts or somewhere?
No, it's not a revolving account, it's just a special revenue account, it's just money in, money out. It's not meant to, it's not for profit, it's just dollar and dollar, it's just to provide the service. And it's just a reimbursement
Will
for
we see that
those.
though?
No,
We don't-
no,
we don't even-
that's a separate account, I can provide, you know, details of that account, but
I'm just
all it
taking the word
is,
that it-
it's very neutral, it's just. You know, if we spend $10,000, it's $10,000 coming in, so it's.
There's no
zero, it's
impact on,
neutral,
no impact on the budget.
no, zero.
Okay, that's helpful. So my question, I'm guilty sometimes of being sort of philosophical, and I appreciate the value of having Beauport and keeping them busy, but I just wonder, if we don't get, just from a budget standpoint, if we can't get to a call, Beauport gets it. Is that a missed opportunity financially, or is it a wash whether we get the call or not? Just.
Yeah, I mean, any EMS revenue that is generated from that call is going to Beauport to pay for their service, right? Because we're not paying them a dime to go. And whatever they make on that call or don't, right, as we see, some of these things don't get paid.
Do they have a similar billing problem and collections as we?
Yeah, everybody does, you know, I mean, so, you know, John is, again, he's a for-profit business and he's got a bottom line and. So that's, you know, the payer mix that he's dealing with in town is the same payer mix that we deal with. And, you know, we generate a lot of billing, and as you all know, we don't collect on all of it. A lot of it is based on Medicare, Medicaid rates, and we're just limited.
Can I just follow up right on that one point?
Please,
I'm on the same track, but.
Councilor Worthy.
Does John, and I know his proprietary information, but does he share his collection experience? I know you might know from other municipalities what they're dealing with in terms of, you said it's the same population, so you don't get picked. And we wouldn't want you to pick, but we're not going to the neighborhood because they might not be insured. We'd never be in that business, right? But does he share with you his collection, not collections, but like his
He does not.
ratios of collection?
The only information that he has to share with us is all his response data. You know, what his response times are, how quick he got there, how many times he told us, no, I can't take the call, how many times he did accept a call. Those are the parameters within our contract that we have, because again, he's a private for-profit business, and what he does on the financial side is none of our business, because we haven't engaged him with a penny. So we're not paying him to do anything. He's doing it, you know, on whatever he makes on the call. So that's between him and the customer and managing his business.
I'm only interested.
Councilor Gross, you had a follow-up question?
The value of having Beauport as a backup to the city, is that considerable, and is it in our best interest to keep them a viable business?
Yeah, I think that, you know, a private ambulance industry is a necessary part of EMS, right? I mean, public EMS operations are never gonna be able to handle the complete call volume. And that, you know, if our neighbors were structured and built a little bit more like us, then I would probably not need a private ambulance, honestly. And in the previous life, in the previous area, we never called a private ambulance. We always leaned on the other
fire departments around us because they were similarly put together and staffed. And so the chances of you having been overrun with EMS calls at the same time as me was minimal. And on the occasions it happened, once in a blue moon, we might punt and reach out to private EMS, but they stayed busy enough with contract work between hospitals, nursing homes, and all those extended care facilities. So, they fill a niche in the system that we don't do. We only respond to 911 calls, right? And so we're not picking up that transfer work and all that. There are some fire departments that do that work because they might be the only game around for miles, right? More rural departments, and they'll do that. It helps offset their costs, gives them a little more work to do. But there isn't a private ambulance to speak of because they're out in the middle of nowhere. This is not where we live and how we live. We're more metro and suburban, so it's so those private ambulances live in that environment and do the predominant amount of work they do. But in New England overall, they are a huge piece of the 911 system. There are a lot of contracts that are being paid, right?
Right.
On an annual basis, hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep an ambulance available. Our neighbor, much to our efforts and leaning, because they were leaning far too hard on our taxpayers, that we engaged in an MOU to get our money back, and also went over there and did a little of this about, you need to hire someone to handle your daytime responses, preferably 24 hours a day, like a private ambulance, because we don't want to do your work. I don't have the capacity or the will really to do your work. Hire somebody for that. And to their credit, they did, and they're spending, I think they mentioned at a meeting recently, $5,000 a week just for the pleasure of having a truck in town most of the time for their daytime run volume that they just can't, they have nobody to go because those folks are at work. And in the evenings, we pick up that additional coverage when their ambulance doesn't sign on, which is frequently.
I think they're doing Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, something like that.
Yeah, so Monday day shifts, they're spending $5,000 a week just to have the ambulance available to them.
So part of our problem is that we don't have neighbors that have adequate coverage on their own to be able to,
That lean on us for
Right,
60,
so-
80, 100 calls a year.
Cause there's such small communities around us too. There's very little.
so
Structured differently.
But we're required, you said mutual aid requires us to provide services for them too?
It does. If we have a vehicle available, staff, it's like they can't say, oh, you have an ambulance and you have other firefighters on duty that are EMTs. Have them jump on that truck and come. The only thing that is required is that trucks that are actually staffed, like people assigned to them, ready to go as an EMS response transport unit. If you're my neighbor and you call me and go, hey, Eric, do you have an ambulance? I need one right now. Yep. And I just give away my resource because the law says so. Now, we paid for it.
State law.
We paid for that resource, and the law does not recognize the fact that we gave away our resource and left our own community uncovered. How inappropriate, in my opinion, is that? But that'd be a Bruce Tar and Margaret issue, not Chief
Not
Smith
that
budget
Chief has an
issue.
opinion, but I also, we can listen for a while.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah,
Another council question, Councilor
Yeah,
Benson.
so I just question too is like when we have retirees, how long is it to hire someone to fill that position?
so we don't fill, so we'll sometimes pull lists, get names,
Yeah.
start the process, because it takes weeks, months,
Sure.
sometimes to get through all the background check and everything else. So once we know someone is firmly committed to a retirement date, we'll start making efforts to get names in the queue, if you will, when we can. But there's no guarantee that person's gonna leave until they're gone. They can rescind their paperwork right up until the day they leave. And in fact, they can actually undo their paperwork and come back on the job up until the point they get their first retirement check, which can sometimes take a couple of months. So there's a little bit of at risk for the city to Bob says, hey, I'm retiring in 4 months. Okay, we'll get a body in line and set it all up, and then we hire them, and then some changes in Bob's life, and at 3 months and 28 days, he goes, I can't leave. Something came up, I'm staying. It's like, just hire somebody. So we don't fill a spot until it's vacant,
Mhm.
right? And then there's the typical exit, processing piece of whatever they're due in leave time, that it has to be paid off and all of that, that comes out of their salary line. So there's a delay even in hiring, just to balance the books on how much money was put in the till for Bob's job, how much are we gonna need to fill it with a replacement, and what's left and when can we execute? So there is significant delay typically in that whole process.
Is the fire department fully staffed at this point right now? Like, are we?
Yeah, I mean,
Or we have positions that we really
Yeah, we-
need filled, but
we
we're not
just-
getting the applications.
We just put in to hire 4, we'll probably need a 5th, because we have one that's. Again, says that they're on their way out come November, which now would almost be the optimal time to start, but there's other issues involved in that. So we are in the process of getting a list for 4 vacancies. The target staffing level for us is 69 line firefighters.
Okay,
And right now, I think we're at 64.
okay.
What's the point where it becomes a question of, you have minimum manning requirements at 60s a number, I think?
So there is no minimum for the department number overall. But there is on a daily staffing basis, so it takes 18 people on duty to keep all 4 stations open.
Could we move on, if you don't mind, to the ordinary
Sure.
part of your budget? I mean, the labor is obviously the substantial part of the department, but
It is. So again, same basic formula as last year with adjustments for costs. So if there's any particular questions, I think everything that we put through in there made it through the cuts process with unscathed, thankfully, because that area of the budget has not much at all to give. Almost all of it is required at some point or another to pay a bill. But yeah, if you have any particular questions, I can answer those.
I have one.
Sure.
Did the Trinity Church realize that their parking spaces are more valuable?
They try, but they always seem to fail to do it in a timely manner for us, after the budget. But yeah, they've done that yet again, but we've engaged with additional spaces with them that are actually the ones up against the church as well as the ones up against our building. Because obviously the library lot closed. So we engaged with that prior to that lot closure, and the library, kindly informed us during the whole permitting process that once this closes, you're never coming back, right? We're like, okay, I guess we'll. hold on.
So you have more parking spaces?
Yeah, unfortunately,
All right, good.
Unfortunately, they're not cheap.
It's not like it's a big, it's a big ticket item.
I know, it's just
It's
kind
just
of,
curiosity
it's just
more
more
than-
irritating than anything, to be honest.
Okay, Chief.
item 53025 training. What page? Page 45, right underneath the parking.
Yep.
It's a significant increase.
I can point out one of these, the DPW and the fire department. And John had battled about who's gonna pay for confined space training for many, many years, and you'd see it in multiple budgets. And I said, I don't wanna hear about that anymore, just put it all in one budget, so.
Yeah, we're the ones expending it and shuffling it around, as Kenny can attest to, every time there's a
It's
transfer to pay for people on overtime or contractors from one account to the next. It's a paper nightmare. So Jill said, no, we're cutting to the chase. You put it all in your budget and you others do not. And so that's a shift into this account that was coming anyways, coming from other sources. And at the end of each year, you'd see that amount for the most part in there.
That's the $12,000 line item for confined space operations refresher.
Yes.
that's, I don't know the others in there, but that's.
And then some of the others are because of shifts in what DPW was paying for. So we had a citywide online training system that they are underutilizing and other departments are underutilizing. They all jumped in and tried it out for a while. It works great for our folks. Not so much for them. You know, a lot of their people just don't have the same access to computers and ability to get the stuff done web-based that my folks do. You know, they're out working in the field 95% of their day, where our folks are out half their day, so that leaves time to use it. So Mark said, hey, I'm all done paying for that. You better put it in your budget. So I did.
Good for Mark.
Yeah. And this, if you went back numerous years, you'd see that cost was in the budget, and then it kind of came out of our budget. Now it's back.
Our line item 534002, cell service. I know Ryan had talked about consolidating phone services. I don't know if that's impacted you yet. Is it consolidating with the city?
Yeah, it hasn't, and that would be fine by me. I mean, Ryan helped manage a lot of this under what we have and what I run under FirstNet, you know, the phones in the mayor's office, IT and other devices that all ball up and are, you know, attributable to FirstNet, which is AT&T for public safety, right? So it's got to be a qualified line. It's typically a skosh cheaper, but then it doesn't have any restrictions on how much data and what speeds it operates. They just leave the pipe wide open and let it go. So we've been managing it because that's just how it was set up by FirstNet, that it was police, fire, emergency management, and for us, everything emergency management and fire fall under this one account. But yeah, Ryan and then Ryan's gone now, so Vicky / whoever takes over would like to handle it, they can, I would be more than happy to transfer that over to their budget.
All comes from the same place.
It does.
So overall, the fire ordinary maintenance is up about 6%. It's on page 48.
Good question.
Mr. Gilman.
Chief, this question comes up from time to time, and this is a informal and helpful time to ask it. Where does the fire department right now stand on the reinstitution of the CERT program, where people are trained to help folks that might be in an emergency situation during a power outage, that type of extra resource that could help assure us that our seniors that are aging in place and on a machine for breathing. And, you know, I think we've talked before about Anasquam. They have an incredibly well-functioning Good Neighbors program. They know who the 8 people are in those machines, and each one is partnered with somebody in the neighborhood. But the CERT program could also be used for that type of resource in a very narrow definition. Would you ever consider reinstituting that? Because we talk about that a lot at the council.
Honestly, I would not, because in my experience of my time here and in the fire service as a whole, in a similar community, the way it operated when I got here, and there was a lot of interest and a lot of chatter. We had a handful of people that would come to meetings and do things, but the stuff that we need them to do, they weren't interested in. And I tried over and over and over again, and I love that people want to volunteer and get involved, but when they lean in this direction, what I found in this community and other communities is that they lean in this direction and they want to do the EMT, firefighter, police work. They don't really want to do the things that you're talking about. Now, the Good Neighbor programs work awesome. And if they wanted to turn that into some other resource, that'd be great. The best experience I've seen for the volunteers in this community, in this region, is not been CERT teams. It's been MRC. So the Medical Reserve Corps, those medical professionals, people with that training, those are the folks that help staff and augment shelters and cooling centers and warming centers and those types of things. And they make themselves available and they commit to doing the work. And they have a very defined scope of work. A CERT team has such a broad spectrum of how you apply it to the things du jour in your community. Honestly, we haven't had those types of emergencies that they kind of put this together before my arrival and then into the few years that they were never activated, right? We'd stand up an EOC once in a while, more for practice than the realistic need. And we'd get a few people that would show up, they want to do desk work or they want to help direct things that were, it's like, no,
Yeah.
that's not for you to decide.
I
You know, so
understand those complications, because I remember when some of those happened.
Yeah, and
You guys
it's,
were trying to manage fires, so I
you know,
totally get
and,
it, but I
and
just,
there was
I
a.
wanted to just bring it up because a lot of times people in the community ask and.
And I
you know,
honestly, I love the volunteerism and
Yeah,
the want to
I
give back
get
to
it.
the community, but I think
Yeah.
the mayor's office has tons of opportunity to do things that are
Yeah.
very productive and in people's wheelhouse that doesn't require us to do a lot of kind of hand holding and entertaining almost to keep people interested. I
Got
can't
it.
make emergencies happen, which is what these folks want to go do. And
Got
if they don't happen, they get bored and then they start going in the other lane and it's like, no, and then they just quit because there's
Thank you.
just not really work for them,
Appreciate it,
unfortunately.
thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? You can go ahead and make the motion to,
I'll try one quick question.
Yeah.
Fire hydrants are in engineering,
DPW, probably water side.
not in their budget.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I have a quick question, too as well, looking at 558015, page 47. Thank you. 558015.
Yep.
Yeah, looking at so I'm looking at annual. I'm seeing looks like there was appropriation for 2024 was 125,000. It's going up to 126,200. Is that with cost of living, like the cost of uniforms are going up because of inflation? Is that kind of why we're going up a tiny bit?
It's not just the actual duty uniforms.
Yeah.
This includes the turnout gear ensembles that they wear as well. So, you know, the repair of damaged equipment, new gear for new hires, replacement gear when gear cycles out of service or into reserve status. So yeah, that's based on all of our vendors giving us estimates of what they expect next year and our historical knowledge of how many sets of gear do we know we need to replace, how many typically get damaged, and then we know we have a contractual agreement to replace X number of uniforms per person on an annual basis. So all of that is baked into that line item.
All of that's baked in, and I see personal property damage in the line of duty is 2,000. Is that like if say someone's phone was whatever,
Right.
You name it, and we would.
They're wearing a watch because they
Yeah.
need a second hand to take a pulse and
Yeah.
somehow they smash it, break it, it gets damaged. They come asking for it. Thankfully, it almost never happens.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's in there because we have to have a spot to be able to pull the money in order to do that. Again, that's contractual for them that if they damage personal items in the line of duty because they are semi-required for them to do their work, then it's on us to make them whole.
It's within, and that's, as you said, contractual, that's within the CBA agreement,
Yep.
correct? Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna move that Department 220 Fire Prevention and Suppression. The move recommend the City Council approve the Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the 2025 appropriations for fire prevention and suppression as follows. Personal services, $10,624,166. Ordinary maintenance, $921,000 in capital outlay, $170,163 for a total for the department of $11,715,579. So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously, 3 in favor, 0 opposed. And then next department is 291, fire emergency management. That is on page 51. And it's a slightly smaller department budget, but part of the overall picture.
This was all Bob's problem.
Yeah, so that budget just went up just a hair, and that's basically contractual for the new position we've put in. Colin Buckner just started a few months ago, month and a half ago. So he's got just a little bit of a contractual raise this fiscal year. And then there was a little bit added to 54,900, which was food supplies. We've got some MREs in the Emergency Operations Center that are expiring this year that will need to be replaced, but other than that, it's pretty much flatlined.
How many years for an MRE?
It's generally 5 or 6, depending on the brand you purchase, yeah.
And can you just drop them off at the food pantry and they put?
Yeah, we can sometimes. These I don't know that they're gonna take because they were around during COVID, so they're kind of touchy with that, but we will ask that question if they want to make it happen.
What is an MRE?
Meals ready to eat,
Thank you.
Good.
delicious.
Homemade.
Brownies and chocolate chip cookies.
They do have dessert in them, usually.
I have no questions about your budget. I think 1.3% is, especially in this environment, is still at, sorry. 5.1, more, that it is?
Correct.
Yes.
Sorry, I was looking
Yeah.
at one line. I think that Katie's gonna say it's not on the agenda, but I'm just gonna try. Every school is required to have someone who's available, designated for automatic defibrillator execute, use. Do we have someone, the state law, is that, do we have someone that's designated in each school, or is that a fire department?
That falls under the schools.
Yeah.
And I think they handle that through their head nurse, because we've talked in the past about what equipment, what we use.
Do you have that?
What they use, what we recommend, so the interface, when we arrive is simpler, much like I've told our department heads who have them in their buildings and whatnot to try to better coordinate it, but again, it's a matter of their budgets, their costs, so
They would buy the equipment too?
they do.
Was it with you or was it the police department?
The police department was just in front of you with.
No,
Oh.
yeah, did they buy the same equipment that you guys have for AIDs or did you guys buy the same?
I'm not sure if they have, we've made a recommendation, but a lot of
Yeah,
it
yeah.
You
comes
guys
back
just
to
saw it.
cost.
It just came before.
Yeah, we just
Yeah.
had that before us and they said that a lot of it was to make it so that everything was uniform.
Yeah, the Zoll Plus units are the ones that we recommend everybody gets. That's the ones that we use on our trucks that aren't paramedic level. And then all of our heart monitor, defibrillator, EKG systems are all the Zoll. So the pads are compatible. They use the same connector, the same pad. So if we show up on an engine and they're not running ALS and they use the AED, when the ALS crew gets there, medics can just unplug it, plug it in their machine and keep working.
Right.
The pads are like $50 a piece. So for us, over the course of a couple of miscue uses, you spend the difference in the cost of one machine to the next, just in disposable equipment. And insurance doesn't usually pay for the pads separate, so.
Any other questions?
I have one other question, probably fits into the whole fire department, not just EMS, but you have a firm you work with that I think they do a great job in PR, right? But a big fire or just, something small, you get a press release, comes out right away. Is that accounted for in your budget?
I
I didn't see it.
think it's in the mayor's budget.
Yeah, because they've aggregated
Consolidated.
between us,
Was
police,
fire,
and I think maybe
Board
the
of
harbor
Health.
master's office. Not sure if Board of Health is still in it or not. They were, and they were at a much greater, contract and need during COVID, because all the
What's
comments.
the firm up in Georgetown?
Yeah, I think they're headquartered in Georgetown, but they're all over now. Yeah, GGPR.
It's not your
Guilfoyle.
budget, so we don't.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just wanted to-
Yeah.
That's good. Yes.
Emergency notification system, we're on 51. Could you just explain that just a tad, so for folks, it's 54202 emergency notification system, like, does it go out for, does it go out for like if there's, say, a major weather event, or we're experiencing coastal flooding where we need to evacuate folks, God forbid?
That's exactly what it is.
Okay.
Yes. So that's called the RAVE system.
Okay,
People can sign up for it and they're put on a list, and anytime we have a, snowstorm or something, we don't want parking on the streets,
yeah,
we send out notifications.
okay,
And
So that's what you hear every winter for parking
Yeah.
bans, so it's branded as Gloucester Emergency Alerts. And if you go to the city's website, that's what you look for the sign up. I think it's right on the front page and
yeah,
and whatnot, but so while the company's name is Rave, they don't sell themselves, like we used to have Code Red, right? And everybody got deeply ingrained with Code Red, but they branded themselves, not you, not us, right? It was all about their name out there. This one is Gloucester Emergency Alerts because they want it to be community centric and focused, that people understand who it's coming from and that, yeah, this is for me, so.
And what is your, it's not a budget question.
If there are no further questions, I'll make a recommendation that the Budget and Finance recommends to the City Council to approve the fiscal year 2025 appropriations for fire emergency management as follows: personal, $75,677, ordinary maintenance, $51,900, capital outlay, $2,500 for a departmental total, fire emergency management of $130,077. Am I similar?
Second.
Any further discussion, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you.
Awesome, and you're back on time.
you.
Are we?
That's the goal.
You even have time to, take a quick break.
I'm gonna send you back out into that glorious sunshine.
Oh, it's horrible out. It's horrible out.
Harbor.
You're not missing anything.
You'd rather be here?
Sure, why not? Sure.
Nice to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Take care.
Can we add services next to the personal?
Say that again?
Can we add services next to the personal?
How are you? Yes, I see that.
Probably didn't see my email because you've been at this stuff all day and we'll be at it all day.
Great, everyone's doing great.
So that grant that we got from DCR for the CWPP plan over like, so we've got like 22,000 and change left over. That they don't want back, that they said.
That's good.
Okay, okay, so I got the quote.
Yeah.
Waiting on their amendment, so you can move that money into a capital. account. Yeah, once you got their percentile split funded with the capital account I have, they have the promise.
My sister and I can take her out.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, and you can handle, but
no, what I'm saying, if you can get us. the
Mike says
amendment,
get out.
And then we'll go through the process and then.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing is you'll have to be quick.
yes.
Tell Mike, we
We
started late and I'm done early, so he
I
can.
know, but you were faster last.
I know.
I always think of her.
Well,
as
my
like
knowledge
Casey's
was-
for-
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Well, I know.
Hey, Paco, how are you? Good. How you doing?
Good,
So where were you on?
Hi, how are you? Good, you good?
Yeah,
Great.
I
How's
got
your
a
kids?
great tan.
Excellent.
I was
A while ago
very
already,
short.
but yeah, we went
So
to,
does it.
They look like a mermaid the whole time.
They are, they're called unicorn chrome.
Unicorn.
I am so attracted by naughty things. I'm like, yeah, how can I focus?
Shiny ball.
It went with my dress for a
Great.
engagement party.
Oh, they look so good.
Thank you.
I'm going to a wedding.
I wanted to
Congratulate
How are
you.
you? Good.
Congratulations.
Enjoying yourself?
I love to write it.
What time of year?
I'd rather shake this.
Okay.
You deserve it. Be excited.
Very nervous.
No, you'll do great.
It is
How
a
you
really
doing?
nice place, this
Good.
piece of Lori's trying to get through fiscal year 23 first and finish all.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
I'm trying to get that report. Yeah, it looks really nice, but I gotta wear. I gotta wear a full suit for the audit.
Thank you, great job, guys. Great job, Sue.
Report is just one that you mentioned.
John McCarthy asked, if you can have 5 minutes of your time before,
Good job.
Shellfish, because he said there's someone that move around in there.
I did that.
Oh, the room is not. Tony, just so you know, the room is not, I don't think Sherry needed the room.
Should what?
Yeah, use the room, the audio on the room, so everybody. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. What's the setup here?
Mike, would you do me a favor, will you open that window, that end window now that the lawnmower is done?
That's my last one.
Please, and then you guys can come on over here.
Can we get these on?
We're trying.
Okay, I saw you stroke,
Oh, yeah.
right, so I was gonna
I
ask.
thought we all were getting straightened out.
You're all coming this way.
Close that one window.
You're on that
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
New
Unless you can figure out how to get these air conditioners to work. That side works, these don't. But, what's his name? Someone, why can I remember the AC guy? He already knows, your team knows. And they also, Bill was already down, somebody opened the door.
Connor probably didn't even get time to celebrate the budget season. It was like, I don't know if Connor celebrated. Let's not call it that.
No, there's a big sign that says,
I
Good
know
morning,
that's.
Victoria.
but Bill was great. so-
means everyone but the person touched it.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you, Bill was great. We had an exciting morning. Air conditioning
Scott.
next, we're trying.
We're working on that thing. It's not a normal ask what he's like. It's
Just a heads up.
completely sideways from how the ordinance is.
Yeah.
But we're trying to be accommodating, so Dana's office is doing the plan right now.
So
We got-
Sure.
He was just, he had a wonderful meeting with you and he was, sometimes you go silent on people and they get anxious, so you know how it is. Where do we start? Department.
Solid waste.
Where do we, Department 403? Page 56.
I don't know, page numbers. Oh, I know. No, I was gonna say, this is big.
Yeah, you do.
do.
The starting at salad.
No.
You might.
Why are you on different?
Because that's just how it was budgeted. It's different. They're all enterprise fund.
It's like a special.
It seems like I've always had different pages.
I know.
Yep. All right, there we go. The enterprise. All right. Solid waste. This is just the increase, right? Yeah.
Mike, before you start, could you
Yes, sir.
introduce your team for us?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So we all know Mark Cole,
Welcome.
soon to be departing the last budget season after his 26th year with the city, so this is it.
Yes, thank you.
Probably be missed.
Thank you for your service to our city.
Can hold it right up there with Ed Parks as being an institution in your own right.
And you come back 3 or 4 times.
Yes. No, there's no coming back.
No, Ed was an old school. Dana Martin, city engineer,
Still do it that way.
and we have Lauren, Lauren is kind of our head financial employee down at Public Works, we kind of segue into what Mark does, just in the financial side of it, so I think it's valuable that Lauren here, Lauren is the one who has all the answers,
All the
I can vouch for that.
right?
I think our finance team is working with Lauren very much.
Yeah, as long as she's working with Public Works, we're all good.
Connor, no pressure.
So we'll try to make this as seamless as possible. Mark and I generally put together like a little cheat sheet for our own view. What we have our increases and what they go to, so we can go line by line, or we can talk about that from the bigger picture. So solid waste.
Mike, can I just,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
have been highlighting for them from the larger departments that we asked for a cut if you wanted this to go through,
Sure,
where you grabbed it from. You're talking about this.
what's that? The cuts.
You're starting.
I have some of them.
I have mine too, so.
No.
I didn't really.
Okay, look at some of the bottom here.
Yeah, I mean, the ones that I.
And
can see.
I have mine.
Oh, no, I'm in revenue.
And Connor
Yes,
probably
okay.
has it, so.
This is really sad.
See, those were things that we asked, but I didn't.
Right, okay. So solid waste, there's just south of a $70,000 increase in the solid waste total budget for fiscal 25. We increased our Dogtown processing of our compost by $10,000 this year. And the Republic contract is up $65,474. This is likely the last year we'll see only a 5-digit increase in that solid waste. So that's for fiscal 26. Be prepared for that because we're getting into a contract here. And we pay very little solid waste compared to other communities that are nearby us. We're still at net zero on recycling disposal. Collection we pay for, we don't pay to get rid of recycling. Most communities are paying same, if not more, per ton for recycling as they are solid waste.
Thank you for your insight in negotiating those contracts when you did,
Yeah,
and for as long as you did.
we have landed a good 10 years of net zero, which is
Jill,
unheard
did you
of.
make note of that savings that he's accomplished for the city?
Sure. We're gonna spend it all, and not, and like you said, not on his, we
If I
are.
may,
Counselor Gross.
so. The our income on the from the pay as you throw trash bags is at least $1 million below this expense, and that doesn't include the cost of printing the bags. So if you just look at the 2 million, 2501, 195, on the revenue side, it's only 1.3 million. 1.325 million, so it's just want everybody to understand that this is not self-supporting.
It's decreased over the years. At one point in time, it was probably in the mid-70s percentage wise, covering it, sale of bags, and obviously you can see we're below 50% at this point, so.
Below 50%?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that mean people are recycling more? Is that?
No, it means the general fund
Okay.
offsets the costs of the contract and the whole
Okay.
collection services as opposed to just the fee that we earn from the bags. The revenue is from the bags. That's the only revenue source other than, large ticket items, mattresses really cover themselves, which that's a relatively new disposal requirement. Charge $40 for.
No, we got rid of.
Oh, they charge.
Yeah, they charge.
They
We got
charge,
ourselves right out
yeah.
of it,
So
which is
we mixed up this year, went through in November. We started doing it ourselves. Very inefficient for us to collect mattresses, and then there's a whole contaminated mattress issue that becomes an issue for disposal as well as an issue for the union, because some of the mattresses that you're picking up, you wouldn't walk next to it, let alone touch it. And these guys had to pick them up.
Well, thank you. Pardon my ignorance.
No.
Counselor Gilman.
My first question is, Mike, can you remind us when the contract expires with Republic?
Expires next summer, but they're interested in negotiating now to get us in at a better rate than what happens next year. It provides them some surety, obviously, because they need to invest. Republic bought out JRM, they're a national-based company, I believe they're based out of Arizona. And they're looking to make an investment in their contracts in Massachusetts, and them not knowing whether or not they're gonna be the selected contractor next year. It's an exempt procurement. You can just select a solid waste disposal.
Okay.
Obviously, you shop around to make sure you're gonna get the best rate, but they're one of the biggest games around.
Okay.
And they're looking to. There may be some wholesale changes to what solid waste collection looks like. There may be some route changes, there may be some We may look to do a hybrid system where we've talked about toters in the past. It works in some wards, not other wards. And they're willing to entertain a contract that may have somewhat of a hybrid. So maybe in the, the suburbs of Gloucester, you could have, curbside toter collection versus bags.
Okay.
But downtown, it still may be bags just due to spatial considerations, blocking sidewalks. A lot of the communities that have curbside like that, there's ADA issues because the toters remain, you go to work, but trash out at 7, you're home till 6 at night. That sidewalk is impassable the entire day unless someone's good enough to take your toter
Right.
in.
Okay.
We're not Hamilton, we're not Ipswich, we're not Essex, we're not Rockport. I mean, those Essex and Rockport are drop off, but it's just, we're a different community. And even within Gloucester, the different sections of the neighborhoods of Gloucester are different than other neighborhoods, but they could say Magnolia Village and Lanesville Village are similar enough that you could, perhaps have that hybrid. So that's part of the negotiations we'll do. There's new technologies. Do we want all EV vehicles? It's an upcharge. Because the cost of those is, as you can imagine, is very significant. The batteries alone in those EV Packer trucks are heavier than most cars. So it's just.
Okay. And my second question is the 10,000 in the increase at Dogtown. Is that the opportunity to try to minimize all of that dumping of the product that the Dogtown Preservation Commission was encouraging, more pickups? I think in the tune of like 17,000 to try to make that disappear more consistently from the conservation land up at Dogtown.
That's good. Our proposal has nothing to do with the Dogtown Advisory Group. It's just good management of the compost facility itself.
Right. Okay, so that recommendation is not in the budget, right?
We've been doing this for the past 3 years.
Okay.
I'm not sure if they've recognized that, but we've been doing it for 3 years.
I think the efficiency has increased tremendously, so I think the outcome is really impressive and that's appreciated. I was just asking, that group has dissolved now, but it was something that they had requested, so I'm just asking, does that, so what you're doing is actually minimizing all those sticks and branches and that were just lingering at the entrance to Dogtown. And now that's gone more consistently because you are on top of this. Is that?
Twice a year, we process the material up there. We grind the brush.
Okay,
And they didn't screen this year because we didn't have material to screen, but we screened the compost. Which, we got some questions on where the compost was this year because there wasn't enough to screen because we screened so much last year.
okay. So in your opinion, this is helping minimize all that extra waste that was sitting up there for a long time because you're doing it proactively.
Yeah, this helps me. This helps manage.
Jason.
Helps minimize. And manage the facility so it's neat, clean, and it's
Right.
easy to move around.
Okay, so thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good news.
Councilor Whitley, and then I have a question, Joe.
Thank you, Mike. You said we should be prepared for that new contract. What can we do to better prepare for that new contract? I.e., should we be talking about higher price now, so this is a bigger sticker shock the following year?
I think we could structure, I think it's important to recognize that there'll be some increased costs to the city. How we pay for those will be the determination, and I'm sure the mail proposal will send through the council. We'll make some recommendations on what that looks like. We haven't had a bag increase in probably 4 years at least, maybe longer. Everything else has gone up. Everything has gone up. I think as residents, we pay more for milk, eggs, cable TV, cell phones. So I think it should be expected that the cost of weekly collection of solid waste will increase at some point. If we can provide a better method for that people feel that they're getting more service, that'll be part of the proposal. It's like it's premature to say what it's going to cost right now because we don't know what options we have for the residents. And I think understanding those options, what it'll cost the city, if we didn't change anything, what would it cost the city if we increased the, the fee or went to a different fee structure? That'll all be to be determined, but I think it's important to hear it now that it will be coming.
But you don't think we should be looking at it smaller increase now to sort of offset? So it's not a big increase a year and a half, 2 years.
We didn't propose any increases to fees within this budget. I think we're still coming off a pretty lean couple of years for people, so. I think we owe it to the residents to have a better understanding of what it's gonna look like for a long-term contract, which we will enter into a long-term contract, so the council will have a bite at that, whether they like it or don't like it, anything more than 3 years, you say. So that'll get from my office, the mayor's office, it'll get distributed appropriately.
Good luck.
Like, we're handling sort of a complex range of waste streams. You mentioned mattresses and all the solid waste, but most residences and businesses have trash and pay-as-you-go, and then we have our recycling container. Is there any opportunity beyond what's privately contracted outside of the city for equivalent for organic waste, like Black Earth Hauler services offer for a municipality to be back on it?
I mean, any resident of the city can call Black Earth and sign up for them at their discretion, whether they want weekly collections, daily collections, bi-weekly collections, Black Earth office, all the various opportunities for that. I think it does become a little bit cumbersome for the city to try to manage that. There's no cost savings for the city. We looked at as you divert solid waste tonnage that could be compostable into another vendor. It was about a $250,000 annual increase in the solid waste budget for the city to do that. We're a private market. You choose to do it, you choose to do it. He doesn't want to do it. He doesn't have to do it. He's not going to pay for it because he doesn't want to do it. You may be heavily using, vegetables from your garden and have a lot of solid waste that could be composted. It might make sense for you to offset your weekly costs to do that. I think if you take a look at the city as a whole, there's no savings. It's a loss for the city.
I appreciate our consideration of that, but yes, I agree. Other questions?
I have one more.
So go ahead.
So Mike, in anticipation of this contract being renewed in a year, can we just put like earmark that it would be wonderful if we could look at ways to replace over time our existing open recycling bins with bins that maybe the city allows people to get a discounted version of replacement of their current bins with something that is covered to get rid of all that extra crap that just keeps blowing all over the city and.
Feeding the seagulls.
It's pretty brutal. Usually on a given day, when I do my morning walks, I see 5 or 6 people's trash that began the day in a green bin, uncovered, and everything is all over the streets. And it just, you guys work so hard to work hard on trying to keep our streets clean. But that's part of, it's an opportunity, I think, for improved bins.
I think I've said this before. I mean, the council could make an ordinance change to what the residents are mandated to put curbside. Right now, it references the bin. I think it's as simple as that. I mean, if it's gonna cost someone, and the city is still someone because there are taxpayers who fund what we do. So as a
Right.
resident, I mean, I haven't had an open toter ever in the city of Gloucester. I've never had an open toter. I've always recognized that I don't want to be fearful in the middle of the night.
Right.
And my recycling toter is blowing down either former house in Lanesville, my current house in West Gloucester. So I've used recovered recycling bins are available everywhere.
Right.
And they're not a big cost.
Right.
The idea that we can't do this unless we subsidize that. In my mind, that's not the answer. I think
Okay.
a
So
simple
maybe a
ordinance change.
partnership with a couple of the hardware stores of.
Again, I don't know if we can force any private vendor to reduce their costs. And I can't get a grant big enough to offset that. And then we have to go to bid. Because you can't just solicit the building center or Ace or Home Depot to, lower the prices because we want to pay for something.
Yeah.
I think if there was an ordinance change that mandated that residents protect their recycling any way they do, they could take that green bin and put a piece of plywood on it. still covered. But I think if there was
Okay.
legislation that promoted that, people would follow. I just don't know if it's the city's job to offset the costs of recycling toters.
And I'm sensitive to that, particularly hearing that it's, our contract is only, our revenues are under 50% of what we're paying right now. So I understand the fiscal impact for sure. Thank you.
Expound on that though, because I mentioned this last time, but you're right, but before. Is there a scenario where potentially the city says, okay, if there's an ordinance change for covered bins, because we can buy in bulk, that then there's not a subsidy? Right, it's not, we're not putting money to that, we're just saying it's gonna cost us $10 per person and we're gonna charge $10 per bin. But because we get it at a lower price than I could get it if I went to Ace Hardware directly myself. Is there any savings?
I
there?
disagree that we can get it for less. I think that you can choose whether you want to go to Lowe's, Home Depot, Harborline Freight,
Understood.
order on
There's no
Amazon. I
savings,
think
there's no
you
point.
could choose the barrel that fits your family the best.
Mhm.
Maybe you need a 60-gallon toter versus a 94-gallon toter, because that's what your family uses. We have no storage. We have 13,000 housing units in Blush, so we can't possibly store bins. And what happens when they're replaced? What happens when they're stolen? What happens if your neighbor grabs yours because they like yours
Right.
better? I don't know who's gonna manage that. I think the
Same.
free market could do a much better job with this. You pick what you want as long as it's covered.
You made your point, thank you, Mike.
We could move on.
This is the smallest budget. Come on, boys.
It's gonna be a long day.
No, yeah, no, I mean, I have the big toter at home, you know, it's, again, it's choice. So I just had a question, so we're talking about about specifically, we're looking at Republic around, like, so we're gonna be going into the contract here about, I don't know if this is probably the place to ask this question, but just around like accountability for them, because sometimes, I mean, we're not the only community dealing with it, but delayed pickups, et cetera. Around that, like, we're continuing to see this problem, not just here, but across the Commonwealth. Good places that have Republic, like Lawrence, for example, didn't have pickup for weeks on end. How do we do, like, as we go for, we're talking about how do we get them to be more accountable for it? And I'm sure it's frustrating for you too, if that makes sense.
It is. It's one of the most time consuming constituent complaints. At any given time, the 4 office phones could have 4 trash calls at once. It's a complicated, it's not Republic. It's a complicated industry issue. It's the fact that CDL licenses are extremely difficult to come by these days. And you know, that's a federal regulation. Massachusetts has very limited places to dispose of solid waste, and they're not permitting anymore. So the backups, when you go to the incinerator, you could be looking at 3 trucks in front of you, with 15 trucks in front of you. Labor. There is no market for labor right now that are willing to do these jobs. Again, it's one of the reasons they're looking at opportunities to have potential, toter pickup, because it's a driver. There's no labor to it. There are a lot of factors that go into it. We see, labor shortages everywhere in our industry, which is a pretty broad industry. And solid waste is one of the bigger ones. Again, it has to do with the ability of the companies to hire drivers and labor, and then the disposal is part of the delay. That's not to say that Republic has done an excellent job in transitioning from JRM. I mean, again, they have based thousands of miles away, and they've gone through some significant management changes here in New England. And I think we're feeling a little bit better about the management changes in the structure. So I think it will take a little bit of time. Again, we're unique. You go to other places in the country, it's not that hard to get rid of solid waste. It's very hard here.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I ask that my fellow councilors, we all keep it just on budget. These other topics are trying to eat into our time.
Yeah, we have a lot of ground covered.
Yeah, so let's just stay on the budget. If there's questions like that, let's, call to the mayor's office to discuss it with Mike.
Feel free to reach out.
If I could, I'll go ahead and make a motion for Department 403, DPW solid waste disposal and recycling. Budget and Finance moves to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2025 appropriations for DPW, solid waste disposal and recycling as follows. Personal services, $20,000. Ordinary maintenance, $2,862,295 for a departmental total of $2,882,295, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. The next department is engineering, Department 411. And that's on page 58 of our books.
Yeah, there's no significant changes to note within this fund.
Beyond staffing changes,
We've had some staffing changes, no increase in staffing. Matter of fact, we're down 2 positions right now, open to work on those as we get into the new fiscal year, but nothing of note within this budget as far as changes go.
are you currently seeking to fill those vacancies?
We've advertised for environmental engineer, which is Dana's previous position. Candidate pool is a little thin. Obviously, it's salary driven. We are relatively remote here on Cape Ann, and to draw someone at that salary has been a little bit of a challenge. The market's changed quite a bit in the last 4 years, so we'll see. We're hopeful. We have a lot of feelers out looking for people who may be interested in this, and we're fairly confident we'll get someone as we enter into the new year.
Councilor, questions? Councilor Gilman? No. I would move to recommend the Budget and Finance recommends City Council approve the fiscal year 2025 appropriations for DPW engineering as follows. Personal services, $63,381. Ordinary maintenance, $8,057 for a departmental total, $71,438, and I so move.
Second.
Made, seconded, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Department 421, DPW Public Works Administration.
Again, with this, there are no significant changes. There's some slight creep in personal services relative to our employees. Slight increase in in-state travel. But all in all, they're both modest increases in the between 24 and 25.
Council questions?
Very briefly, right?
Yep.
I understand third of salaries are in each of this fund and then the waterways, water and sewer funds. Would you just, in general, it's really yes or no, do you think you're spending about 33% in each of those, or is it one that's drastically higher than?
It varies from day to day, but I think if you look at it, the average of the course of the year, I spend as much time doing water as I do sewer, as I do everything else. I'm not sure there's a great way to, split that without a stopwatch on all day long, but it's shared pretty well. I mean, there's a lot of after hours work for water sewer, a whole lot of after hour work for water sewer. So, and there's no, for me, well, for us, there is no overtime gain from it. It's just working after hours. So they can be stretched hourly if you owed us an hour for every hour we worked outside of our salaries. Water and sewer is probably higher than most because those are the emergency calls, those are the middle of the night calls, those are the weekend calls. Those are the calls you can't get to it next week. It's not like cutting grass. You put it off. This is a sewer break, a water break. It's immediate.
If there's no additional cost from a financial standpoint, there's no reason to look at a higher percentage coming from other funds.
No, I think we put as fair amount as we possibly can on the enterprise funds relative to our daily work.
Thank you.
I would just like to comment that there's been a great deal of water sewer activity in the city recently. And thanks to the mayor's office for funding some of that extra. But the department's been very, very busy and the contractors likewise. And once people get used to the disruption, they can look forward to the joy at the other end of the tunnel of pavement and
You're
sewer.
awarding the benefit of some significant work and
Yeah.
more to come.
Any other councillor questions? I would move to recommend the Department 421, Public Works Administration. Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2025 budget. Appropriations for DPW, Public Works Administration as follows: personal services, $129,969. Ordinary maintenance, $16,790 for a departmental total of $146,759. And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made, seconded. Any further discussion, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. unanimously.
I didn't say anything. I just said that was the time.
Do you want to say something?
No.
Okay.
I wanted to say aye.
It was a delayed eye.
The delayed aye.
Delayed eye.
So we're moving on to our next hot topic, which is snow and ice. Department 423.
Does it snow around here anymore?
No, but we still spend money salting the roads with the ice.
And that's important to recognize is that Gloucester's no smaller, whether you have a coating of ice or 3 feet of snow. It's the same number of lane miles you have to treat and manage, so. Lack of big snowstorms doesn't drive the budget. It's some of these pesky storms where it rains and it snows, and it rains and it snows, it rains and snows, because every time it rains, the treatment is washed off the road, so you start again, and then there's zero tolerance for roads that aren't completely black, even when it's snowing heavily. As the result of DOT and their treatment processes for the highways. People come home on 128, the highway black, a lot easier to treat a highway than it is these local roads, so. We work within the budget the best we can. We always want a deficit spending. The 766 doesn't get us much. But we try to work with it the best we can and make sure it's as efficient as possible. So there is no change in the snow and ice budget.
And the actual deficit, I think we funded an extra $500,000 this year. It's probably pretty modest by terms of recent.
Yeah. I think $1 million is probably fairly average, no snow year for us. So this year we had some pesky long range, long duration events that just took a lot of effort. When you get past 24 hours, 30 hours of just putting salt down, it becomes expensive.
Sure. Questions, Councilor? The hot topic, melting ice.
Face enough.
I've already asked this
Full
every
face
year.
enough. Yes.
I want to ask this every year, and I understand it. I think it's the one department we can run some deficit from the prior year. And we end up funding it through special transfers to get to the final number. And if we put a higher number in, we have to, I don't know, and I think you said you have to put that same number in the following year, so it gives us some flexibility in your current year's budget. But there's probably a point we're gonna say, it's $1 million to do this job on a year where, like you just said, where there isn't snow. I don't think it's this year, but we probably need to start saying, what's the real number, so we're not scrambling in June to backfill that. I understand it gives us flexibility right now, but just want to keep raising that point. We don't need to do anything less with it.
Any other councilor questions? Go ahead and read the motion. Budget and Finance recommends that City Council approve the fiscal year 2025 appropriations for DPW snow and ice removal as follows. Personal services, $142,500. Ordinary maintenance, $589,100. Capital outlay, $35,000 for a departmental total, snow and ice, $766,600. And I still move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously, 3 in favor. 0 opposed. Next subject is public services.
Overall, public service budget increases just under $520,000 for fiscal 25. I'm just gonna list the increases and we can get the details if you'd like. Personnel contractual salaries are up $98,000. We have increased our overtime by $29,000. Excuse me, our seasonal help by $29,000 and our overtime by $20,000. We also have a comp time incentive to have our employees not take comp time, which provides us more bodies in the ground. We're so short-staffed at this point in our lives that one or two extra guys taking a comp day, removes the whole crew from our workforce for that day. And they can carry 24 hours of comp time per pay period by contract, which is low compared to a lot of other union public works contracts. So we incentivize them by, if they don't take comp time, they have an incentive, they get $1,000 check for not taking comp time, which in the end saves us on contract services, because if I can't, because I don't have a crew, I have to bring someone in. And this is a balance that we feel seems like a lot of money, but in the end, it's worth it to have our personnel do the work versus contracting it out. Because we have a lot of contracted work out, which I'll get into that in the ordinary. Within the ordinary, the increase into this year's budget is the parking app Flowbird, which is $62,000. The Blink A beach reservation system, which is $50,000, which is carried in our budget.
I'm sorry, Mike, could you tell me where you are?
This
I
is
think
under
I'm
ordinary.
Page
Page 65.
There, and then you're at 52000. Thank you. I'm good, thank you.
We've increased our outside landscaping services by $110,500. A lot of that's driven by requests from constituents to make sure that our non-active cemeteries are mowed on a weekly basis. Some of our ball fields are mowed differently. Some of our public spaces are mowed differently. We have one mowing crew. It consists of 2 people. We've had very little help with seasonal employees in the past years. I know you work the city as a high school student. And you know, there was once upon a time 2 truckloads of high school kids to go out and mow and trim. 3 last year, 2.
We get around 4 to 5, but none of them want to work 40 hours a week.
No.
So it's, we have, there's no opportunity to not have outside landscape services. We just do not have enough people to do it. And we keep increasing our reach and increasing our frequency. I think you'll see by Friday afternoon, the latest Saturday afternoon, everything we have been mowed, trimmed, and look good for the holiday weekend. So it's a necessity to us. Tree maintenance, we increased by 30. That could have another 0 and it still wouldn't be enough. But it's a place for us to start. Bituminous supplies increased by 60 in this budget. Those are repairs we make to our travel services, you know, roads, sidewalks, so forth, outside of our Chapter 90 money, which is another big pool of money for this work. Our proposed budget, Jill had asked me to make sure I kind of list what we removed from our proposed budget to get this budget balanced. $10,000 in irrigation repairs, $10,000 in turf maintenance, that's Newell Stadium. $14,500 in memorial bench repairs. Our memorial benches, you know, once they're donated to us, they become our responsibility to maintain them, and they last only a few years before they need to be reconditioned or replaced. 1,600 or 3,200?
The 1,600.
1,600 per bench to replace. Boulevard, that, you know, we've tried galvanized and powder coating benches, and neither of them hold up well. Seems the powder coating is, which should be better, is not better. Galvanized or epoxy coated seems to be better than the powder dipped benches. We wanted to get into a program, we went buy 5 or 6 benches, swap them out, take the 5 or 6 out of service, recondition them, refinish them, then replace 5 other benches with those that we just reconditioned. So we're going to do that differently than to the budget. So that was our proposal.
Doing any more memorial benches was stuff, just doesn't make sense financially, and it's right enough space for more benches.
Well, and again, I have a little issue with the cemetery nature of our public spaces. And they don't become a donation, they become kind of someone's bench. And the 5-8 plaques that they're designed to have, you go to the boulevard, you can't even sit on some of the benches, the plaques are, you know, as big as a laptop. And it's very difficult to convince someone that they shouldn't have that there, so we don't.
I understand.
15,000 in playground equipment and repairs was removed from this proposed budget, as well as an additional 30,000 in tree maintenance was removed from the budget. So again, the grand total increase was $519,277 plus.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, just to add to that, obviously, none of those things are something that the mayor's office wants to cut out of this budget. They're all critical. But as we've stated at the beginning of this, we had to come in on budget. We had to make a lot of sacrifices across departments. We're hoping to pick up some of those, particularly related to playgrounds or active spaces and what's left, the ARPA funding. So we will, once we get through budget and know where we stand, we'll provide an update to you guys on that. So we're hoping to pick some of
I
that.
can't believe there's any ARPA funding left.
There is not much, but
I know I do have specific constituent concerns. I share with Councilor Benson about the, for example, the Friend Street Playground, which is one of those little gems that's enjoyed by the neighborhood, but which is in generally poor repair. And we're getting a lot of constituent concerns about the safety and access to that. Getting the mulch in there is certainly helpful, but the condition of the equipment unfortunately doesn't hold up between wear and tear and vandalism.
in playgrounds, please always bring us our attention to any of them. We also have some flexibility within community development block grant if they're within, or CPC, but more so if they're within low to mod income tracks. Those are federal income tracks, so we don't get to determine them, but keeping those conversations with us.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, too. Would that also, I don't wanna go off topic, would that also include like basketball, like hoops, if like there's some like at Burnham's Field, there could be. I'll just send you
Bring up,
something and
yeah,
we'll.
we've done
I'll
a
bring
lot,
things.
most of what
Yep.
we've done at Burnham's has been through grant money.
Okay, thank you, Joe. I'll bring that to your attention at another time.
There's a big push towards the second week in June. One of our playground vendors will be in. They ordered a number of pieces and parts. And we have various generations of playground equipment. It's not like I just go to the shelf and buy a slide. The slide has to fit that equipment. That slide at Friend Street cannot be replaced. It was taken out of service because it was vandalized. Most of the damage to a playground is vandalism.
It's vandalism, yeah.
It's reoccurring. We can't keep things in good order. Firms feel the worst ones. It's a regular thing. We can put a toddler swing up on a Friday and by Monday morning it's been cut, burnt. Things written on it that you wouldn't put your child in. So it's an uphill battle, but in June, we have a big push on a number of playgrounds to get some of this equipment repaired and ripped for the summer.
Okay.
It's just, again, the lead time is gonna kind of kill her on this. I kind of expected this beginning of April, but they told us second week in June.
Our public spaces in general are looking great. Appreciate what the department did up at Swinson's Field, for example. After bringing that space, recreational space back into public access after some neglect in the past.
Looks good.
Yeah.
Took some lumps on that one, but it looks good.
What's coming next? Yes. Thank you.
Just something to keep in mind too, going forward, is that like the replacement costs for these playgrounds. And you look at a playground like Fort Square, which is one of the smaller ones we have. You're probably looking between $60,000 to $80,000 to replace it with similar style equipment. And I think we have 20 odd playgrounds, 26 playgrounds throughout the city.
And none are new, other than the two new ones at the
There's a
schools.
couple of the schools that are new here. A lot of the playgrounds were put in when I started.
And again,
And the stage 4 park donation
Yes.
too, for the Rotary. Right?
typically our experience is that you can't recycle some of that playground equipment, like the East Gloucester School playground equipment, really can't find a new home.
A lot of it doesn't, loses its certification when you go to move it. And so you have to be cautious about that, and regulations change. And, playgrounds have a very specific layout and safety features that have to be maintained, and certain spaces just don't allow the transition from a previous playground at a different spatial issues. So you replace it.
Do we have, I'm sorry,
Yes, please, Councilor Worthing.
do we have playgrounds on some capital improvement plan that says it's obsolescent, it's obsolete, sorry, at a certain point and we need replacement? Is that, are we just sort of going as we, repairing as we go with what money we don't have?
So the problem with playgrounds is we put a capital list together and you get a slight choking with whoever the mayor is when you put the number in front of them, because it's a big number.
We are working, so one of the things that's on Connor's list for in his new role, CFO.
Congratulations.
Really taking a different look at how we do things. That's one of the things about Fresh Eyes, right? Where Connor's has some really great analytical skills. Connor and Kenny and myself through the interview process spoke a lot about fiscal policies that need to be in place, that then the next step from that is better capital planning. And I know the capital improvements advisory board is really looking to engage in that, so it's a priority moving forward, but we have to get some of these other pieces into place first. The policy is one.
It's just Mark said, some of them were created when it started, it sort of sounds a warning that there's gonna be more complaints, which are fair, and there's gonna be more money needed to deploy these things, so it'd be good to track it, what it says. Anyway, look forward to that. I have one question on beach stuff, we just kind of went through that in terms of. Yeah, are we on beach, can I throw a question on beach stuff at this point? It's true.
Are we in the department? The line item.
Hang on, I'm looking on page 64, you know, did I get ahead of myself here or? They get behind. Okay. Page 64, the second down.
51200.
Yeah, so we don't read by Facebook, right? I think that's been lessons learned there. But someone had shared that what we're offering for a salary or pay for lifeguards with a low minimum wage at some point.
No.
Okay, I believe you.
That's why we don't need that paper.
Right. But the question still remains, though, we had trouble, I think, last year, the year before, finding lifeguards at the pay we're paying.
Can I answer that?
Please.
Please.
Because Mark's worked really hard on it.
We 3 years ago, we struggled to find lifeguards. 2 years ago, we had at the end of the season, our lifeguard coordinator who had been here longer than I had stepped down. Last year, we hired Kansas Reese-Munn, who was a former guard. He's probably the most experienced guard that we have in the city. And he has completely revamped the lifeguard program. Last year, we had over 40 lifeguards for the first time in probably 10 years. So far this year, he's got that many on standby or recruiting. We are paying lifeguards anywhere from $18 to $25 an hour, depending on how many years they've been here and where they start. I've done numerous surveys with surrounding communities down on the Cape and everywhere. And for the most part, we're in the middle of the range of what other people are paying. Obviously, we can't match what the state parks are paying because we don't have the funding that they have, but for any other community that's funded similarly to ours, we are where everybody else is. So the lifeguarding going forward shouldn't be a problem under his watch.
I went to the event you had at City Hall postseason sort of celebration, the video that they did. It's really a new spirit, and I appreciate the work you've done to get to that point, and Mr. Munn as well. It's really impressive.
Is there some efficiency in terms of the parking lot attendances at the 3 locations, Stage 4, Sheet, and Good Harbor with the new technology? Does that allow us to control costs
The
there?
efficiency is really just at the gate itself, getting people off the road.
Yeah.
You still need people there to explain the system. You still need people there to tell them where to park.
Yeah.
It's almost like a constituent service, a beach concierge. And,
That's nice.
yeah, that never
They
not
charge more.
that never not as robust as we'd like it, because that typically is an older staff member. There seems to be a lot of gray hair in the booths. And they're retirees, and they don't want to sit in the sun for 40 hours a week in retirement all summer long. So I know our lot coordinator this year has really been challenged with recruitment. And I think he was at home right now versus in my office making phone calls. So it's tough to find people who want to do this work. And it's really not a job that's great for someone in high school. It's just the experience of dealing with a tough customer that hasn't been learned yet. And you can fall on yourself pretty quickly by saying the wrong thing inadvertently. So I'm not saying some of the older folks don't say things they probably shouldn't say. I've heard them. I've dealt with those calls. But they know when to bite their tongue, so to speak, a little bit more than an 18-year-old or even worse, a 16 or 17.
I don't think people, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. So as just speaking of lifeguard, and then I'll go to another question after Councilor Worthley, is how many lifeguards? Do we cover all the beaches or is it just certain beaches? Cause I know like Pavilion Beach, there's been times where there isn't a lifeguard. Is there ever been discussion to have a lifeguard there? 'Cause since it's starting to become a bigger beach, I know you're ready to answer.
We put lifeguards there 4 or 5 years ago and they were chased off.
Oh, okay,
They were chased off.
okay,
Because people at Pavilion Beach have been doing things for a number of years that they probably shouldn't be doing at the beach. When we put a lifeguard there to try to stop it, they made life difficult for the lifeguards, so we ended up pulling the lifeguards off. We got Good Harbor, Wingasheek, Stage Fort, Niles and Plum Cove.
yep,
As the season goes on and the kids start to go away, we pull back from the smaller beaches, Niles, Plum Cove. We try to stay at Stage Park, Stage Park as long as possible because of the field trips. But if we have to, we'll pull back from there so that we can maintain Good Harbor.
okay.
And
Thank you.
those two beaches need guards just due to wave action and at Good Harbor and
Absolutely.
the tidal current in the Annisquam for Wingasheek. And Wingasheek's a lot of coverage to make up when there's low tide because the sandbar extends all the way to Annisquam and the guards have to be up there for it. Which gives people a surprise that the tide actually comes back,
Funny about that.
Funny how that works.
right?
Councilor Whitley.
I just wanted to add to what Mike said. People think sometimes it's an easy job when you're working at the beach. When you're telling people that they can't come into park and they've driven from wherever with a bunch of kids in the car, they can be angry, they're hot, it's not fun. I had my life threatened a couple times from people just because they want to get to the beach, mostly because they want to impress their family members, but it's not easy. So good luck in hiring. The one question I have, it might be for revenue, so I just want to throw it now since you're here. The beach reservation system, I don't know that it accounts, I'm sorry, it may account for when people leave, they're entitled to come back, I get that, but most people leave, don't come back. And we'd have sort of we used to fill it, it'd be some art, some science, because you can't really know for sure if someone's coming back. Is there some opportunity to have an afternoon rate, 2 p.m. or something, to capture more money for people who are waiting for people to leave so they can come in? Because there is, especially when there's a line of people waiting to go in when the parking lot attendant says, okay, we're not charging any longer. Is there an upside to, okay, $15, $20?
It's, they built it into the system this year. And I haven't really talked to Joe Lucido yet as to how we're gonna break it out or when we're gonna break it out. But it's all tied into, there's the way the Blinkay system works is it counts cars coming in and coming out. So you always have a live count on the number of.
Literally
Yeah, you have a live count on the number of cars that are in the parking lot, theoretically.
Yeah.
And what they've done is at let's say 2 o'clock, if there's spaces available, the system will open up X number of spots. And at 3 o'clock, if the system still has openings, they'll open up more spots. But it'll change day to day. So it's all gonna be based on how many cars leave the lot and what time the cars leave, so.
And does it change the rate?
It drops the rate down by $10.
We need to,
It's already built into the regulations. We used to do it when we did collecting at the gate, because we could do it. We didn't do it with either one of the systems before, just because we're trying to get the kinks worked out and get the basic program worked out so that we don't have snafus like we've had.
I think it's important.
We need to move ahead. We
Thank
still
you,
have 2
Commissioner.
more departments to go.
So I just have a quick question regarding, if that's okay.
Please.
If we're looking at 524001 on page 65, I said the page, Council President. So just looking down at the bottom, mowing Burnham's 60,000, is that just mowing for Burnham's cost 60,000?
That includes Magwoods.
Okay, Magwoods, okay, I was just, thank you for clarifying what that is, because, so thank you.
If there are no further questions, I move to recommend that Budget and Finance recommends the City Council we approve a fiscal year 2025 appropriation for DPW Public Services as follows. Personal services, $1,863,937. Ordinary maintenance, $1,095,008. And capital outlay, $50,000 for a departmental total. DPW Public Services of $3,008,945. And I so moved.
Second.
Any further discussion or questions? Are made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. We still have Department 472, Facilities Maintenance, and also Department 499, Central Services to go here.
And in theory, the enterprise funds.
Yep.
Unless we want to postpone this to another day.
We can get those. Facilities, total increase of $590,487. I'll list the increases. Salaries are up just under 219,000 contractual. And we've added additional positions. We have additional custodians for the new elementary school. We increased our overtime by 10. You have the comp incentive, which I mentioned earlier, which is tied to a large group. Facilities is our largest group of employees due to the custodians. We increased the electric for the new East Vets by $270,000, all electric school. Mowing contract is up just $3,200. Alarm maintenance is just under 1,000. Elevator maintenance is just 3,000. Plumbing supplies is increased by 20,000. Cost of the business, plumbing supplies are very expensive today. We decreased the miscellaneous supplies by 10 in this proposal. And that sums up the facilities increases.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Worthley.
Can you tell me the increase for East Bath School then?
270,000.
That increase, we had East Gloucester School and that's not paying for electricity, East Gloucester School, I assume.
Correct.
The fridge was still running, by the way, I told.
Can't shut the building completely off, life safety issues, but it's
Refrigerators are running in the cafeteria still.
food services.
They're empty.
Yeah, the food services would, I mean, I
Okay.
guess they gave it to us, but I'm not sure if they take all their equipment out yet.
I only know that was as of December to tell, John was there and Suzanne was there. Okay, so, it's a big increase in electrical costs. I understand that there was purchase order for equipment potentially at West Parish to get lights off there. Do we have any?
So
update on
it's
that?
a replacement control box for the size of 2 iPhones sandwiched together. That's what it is. It failed at the school. And it's not an off-the-shelf part. So it was arrived last Thursday. I don't know the status if it's been installed yet or not.
Potentially savings we see later. Can't count on that.
They're LED lights, which accounts for less than 15% of the total electric bill for any building. So it's not a huge savings. It's the mechanicals that cost the money.
The new building, like, they say it came in under budget by about $3 million. There's no renewable energy, solar panels, or anything on the new school building. Where would we try to push for that? Would that be, the savings we see here, but obviously we need to. It's a school department thing, it's a school building thing.
There's no it's under budget, but we just didn't borrow that money. It's not like that money's existing.
But we have the potential to borrow up to $3 million more because of the override that passed, and there's a $5 million match, up to $5 million match from SBA funding that came in after the project was done. So if there are additional costs, now's the time to probably invest in something that might save us money. Just big increase. Do we know if it's less than East Vets, Veterans and East Gloucester?
We don't have enough to compare yet.
And it's not gonna be less than 2 schools combined. It's bigger. It's a bigger footprint, square footage wise, than the 2 schools combined.
And it's all electric.
And everything's electric. And the meter spins like a 45 record. It's just the nature of all electric buildings. They cost a lot to operate.
I want to draw everyone's attention to this second, the bottom page 70. That's part of this budget, right? This is the rental for Blackburn Industrial Park building for the school, preschool, and the administrator building. Obviously, this conversation would need to involve school people here too, and they're not, so I don't want to make any assumptions that we can't make. But we've been renting this building for a long time. I think it's assessed at about $4 million. Last I checked, we spent 3.5 million in rent. If we spend this, we'll have spent more renting the building than it would have cost to buy it. Whether the city did, the mayor said to me last year, he thought we should buy it and maybe flip it. Now, I don't know what the goal is, mayor's office with this property. But to suggest to see that we've rented it for more than the value of the building, it's just questionable fiscal planning, I guess. Sorry to put you on the spot, Mike, but in your opinion, understanding that there might need some cost of retrofitting, I think, is there space in the school facilities that you manage that could potentially house the preschool and the superintendent's administrative office?
It's difficult for me to give you a straight answer on that, because I'm not tied to the programmatic portion of the preschool. Preschool has certainly grown significantly since they opened. I don't know if that's by design or it's just, I don't know where all the kids are coming from. I mean, there's fewer kids in the school district than ever before.
Part of that is due to the upgrade of facility.
Sure.
Right, and that was a big jump in the first few years.
Right. As far as the administrative staff, I'm sure, I would assume there'd be space for administrative staff in the building, so they could be all housed in a single building or not, I don't know. Certainly there's less students at the high school than when you were in high school.
Sure.
I think O'Malley's the same, so I don't program any of the work for the school department. All we do is we have the space. I know there are vacancies in the various schools.
Yeah, I think that's an appropriate question, but we're not gonna be able to address it in terms of this budget discussion right now, but it's so noted, and I know
Thank
it's
you.
the
And I think-
concern that you've raised before.
Yeah, the question is not programmatic, so I appreciate that you don't want to step in that because it's not, I don't know the answer. You don't either, it's just a square footage question, right? You know, cost per square footage.
There are more factors, as Mike said, that the school
Right.
department has to factor
Or what
in.
you do here. But for that building, do we get taxes from that building?
Yes, it's privately owned, so I can't imagine there's any sweetheart deal on that.
So it's a triple net lease, isn't it?
Yes,
So the net is zero. We're paying the taxes on the building.
Again, I think this is off topic right now, unfortunately.
I mean, that's, it's here in the budget.
Yeah, and we still have a department still to cover here. If you know, I'd like to move ahead.
Okay, I think this is an opportunity to save some money, and I don't know how to have that conversation in a way where all the parties are talking at the same time. So I'd like to just put that request in officially.
The mayor's office and the school department has this conversation on a regular basis.
Yeah, we're just doing the same thing we've done for the last 10 years.
Based on the discussion.
You'll have an update when we have an update to share.
Well, the lease agreement says that we can have a lease if the council doesn't appropriate the funds.
Okay, you can choose, that's your choice, right?
I just think it's a conversation we should have, and maybe it can't be right now. I think we should be having a conversation from a savings for the taxpayer. Like, that's the goal. Why spend $4 million
It's
rent?
the goal for the mayor's office and the school department as well. I think that's clear through both budgets that are being presented by both.
Now we can rent a building for $4 million.
I have a point of order. This is uncomfortable. The school isn't represented. It's not on the agenda. It's a huge issue of
Wait a minute.
discussion. I think it's taking us
No.
off track.
I'd like
Point
to
of order.
move ahead.
Through the chair.
I
Point of
appreciate the
order
point
is
of, I
through
appreciate
you.
the point of order, but let's just be really clear. It's on the piece of paper we're looking at right now in the budget.
As presented.
How could this not be the time to talk about the cost of rental property? I said at the beginning, we would need the school department to make those decisions, but in
Exactly.
terms of the budget. it's-
Department 472, DPW Facilities Maintenance. Budget and Finance moves to recommend the City Council approve fiscal year 2025 appropriations for DPW Facilities Maintenance as follows. Personal Services, $308,056. Ordinary maintenance, $3,265,214. For a departmental total of $6,573,270, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Councilor Worthy's concerns are duly noted.
I'd like to comment on it, that those concerns aside, that there's nothing gonna change in the next year. So that this, if we don't, that this is in this budget and there's no option other than this right now. But discussions to be outside.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. And then the final department from DPW to Central Services. So Mike?
Central Services, a total increase of just over $67,000, $67,244. Just over 12 are salaries. Slight comp incentive, it's a very small division. We have increased our street light maintenance,
It was contractual.
yeah, it's contractual, we was new bid, and also they're kind of getting to somewhat of the end of their life expectancy, so that we have more frequency in street lamp repairs. This has been the gift that has kept on giving. Wish National.
Sounded great a long time ago.
Never sounded great to be council, but nevertheless, here it is. So we increased it. Also, we have an increase just under 18,000 for gasoline, diesel, and motor oil, just to the value of the commodity.
Any councilor questions? Being none, I would move for budget finance, recommend the city council approve the fiscal year 2025 appropriations for DPW Central Services as follows. Personal services, $179,303. Ordinary maintenance, $983,295. Capital outlay, $10,000. For departmental total of $1,172,598. I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Well, it is noon. Do you want to talk about while we have Mike and Mark?
If people can bear with me for 20 minutes, I think maybe these budgets are relatively static. Contractual increases only.
Does
Can I
that work
just
with you?
ask that can we shift some people back just so that we do end up with lunch? Do you want me
I
to,
beg your pardon?
can we shift the next, well, if we get 20
I
minutes
thought
here?
this was Destino's and you're gonna bring it in again. Of course.
I know you keep asking. I'll put it in the budget
It's-
next year.
You'll probably see it in my budget.
I'll put it in Mike's.
So noted, please do.
Okay, I'll let the
I
team,
think
I'll have,
for everyone's sake,
I'll have
a
a
lunch
motion from the
break is
mayor's office,
appropriate.
let people
I
know.
don't know when
Thank
it
you.
shifted. I am in different buildings. It's not.
So what page are we on then for?
Where?
Got 5.
You're on tab 5, page 1.
Water, correct? Water first, okay?
So we have one.
Yeah, better than me, Kenny.
Might be the trash bag.
Yeah.
Enterprise Fund Water.
We have a total increase in the water enterprise of just under $700,000 for fiscal 25. Salaries are up modestly at just under 35,000, and that's contractual. Comp incentives relatively small. Again, this is a work group that's divided in half for the most part. Labor is paid for 50%, sewer 50% water. We have some contractual obligations. Purchase of services is up just under $78,000. And everything else is contractual within this budget. There is no new employees, no new wants, needs. I'm sure there's capital short-term and long-term expenses in there that have increased, which would be reflected in that total of 700,000 increase. We can go through line by line if you choose to on the expense. But you can see the zeros adjacent in the far column, there's no big increases in this. Huge decrease in pens and paper of 42%, which is $1,500. So But again, the percent change, I think, is telling in the far right margin where everything's pretty much at zero.
I have a question.
Please, Councilor Gilman.
So,
Extension of the job.
my colleagues probably know the answer to this, but so if this is up 8%, we're an enterprise, that means that the taxpayer takes on the burden of an extra 8.6%.
Ratepayer does.
The ratepayer, okay. Great, thank you.
Look for any
Revenue. Same time.
Yeah, I was gonna comment, do you have the, is there like a break sheet? I don't know, John used to have that.
I don't have them printed out.
Oh, okay.
Used to bring it.
Yeah.
I don't have them.
That's expected. All right.
Could either Connor or you summarize that or? Yeah.
Yeah, so to get this to balance out, the rate has to go up $1 per unit. So it was 10.42 last year. It's up to 42.
$1 per unit.
$1 per unit.
And
I think
it's 1,000
that's
gallons.
10,000 gallons. 5,000.
And say what the second thing is you said, $1
So
per
it's
unit. and-
$1 per unit, 10.42 last year, $10.42, and it's proposed at $11.42 this year.
9.6% increase.
Okay. And may I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
Is that commensurate with other municipalities? Do we know that? Or is that just indicative of us alone? Like, do we, like, how does that fare against other municipalities, I guess?
I'm not sure of the comparables. It's just we use our
Okay.
consumption to see what we.
Okay.
I've looked at this in a couple of like people's staff meetings and things like that, and
Yeah.
and Mike and I have talked about it, so I mean, we're pretty close, but it's hard to compare these.
Oh, I know.
Because so
Because-
PUBD, for instance, kept their rates falsely low for quite a long time and then had like a 30% increase. So a lot of it is kind of the strategy and the analysis of how you set your rate.
Yeah.
So and I don't know if Mike
Yeah,
has
I mean,
something
you
there.
can look at the tie and bond rate study, which is produced annually. You can find it
What's it
online.
called?
Tie and bond
TIGH.
and bond.
Okay.
They put out,
Is it
they put out.
I'm an engineer, I'm not gonna.
They put out an annual rate survey.
Okay.
And again, you gotta be cautious when you look at it to make sure you're comparing apples to apples, because
Okay.
different municipalities use different units, whether it's 100 cubic feet, 1,000 gallons as a unit. Some have rates that vary for commercial industrial.
Jason,
higher.
you need to mute.
I would venture to say we're certainly not the highest and we're not the lowest.
Okay.
But what we are is a community that has invested a significant amount in our infrastructure in the last 15 years, where other communities have not. And so whether it comes home to roost today or tomorrow, you will see some of these communities with a significant increase in the upcoming years. Danny can speak to it from your private side or your public side, but I don't think we're not an anomaly. We're certainly not the highest in the country, which was misrepresented, 20 years ago. We weren't even close. We're not the highest on Cape Ann.
So I have a follow-up question.
I would just make a point there that we did reallocate to the tax base a lot of the water base about 12 years ago, when there was a tax shift.
Water, yeah, it was a
Water
water
shift.
debt shift.
Otherwise, I mean, we were at $19 per 1,000 gallons.
Would be there.
We were at, 10 years ago, but we reallocated that to the tax base. We made a conscious choice to put that on the. Yeah.
So, as a well owner, I'm inquisitive in terms of how a person on a well might need to participate on some of the funding for the general water for the city. So does that happen, or if you're in a well, we kind of are pretty much home free? Like, how does that work? Does that, I'm
So
just,
if you have a well, do you have public or private wastewater?
we have public
So
wastewater.
you
'cause we're public.
you pay for your wastewater disposal only. You don't pay.
That's correct. We only
Okay,
pay
and
sewer bill, right?
But any water that's been shifted to the general fund
Yeah.
would be included in your taxes. So with the debt check that
Correct.
Kenny mentioned, or the most recent seasonal water service that was moved to
Okay.
general fund.
So we do encumber some of that as an expense, which seems appropriate. I'm just trying to understand how it works.
As a community, the councils accepted that and voted to move that through.
Yeah, okay.
At various
Yes,
times.
we have two debt, we have the CSO
Yeah.
and the water debt. shift.
Yeah. Okay. I understand. Thank you. I agree. Checking in.
Council Worthy.
Thank you. I don't see it here, but what does our retained earnings look like over the last year or two or three?
Kenny would have.
Yeah, I have, so. The most recent water retained earnings was negative, 250,000.
This last current fiscal year?
For fiscal year ending 23.
Okay.
Correct.
Do you have any other years on that?
Just one second. And the previous fiscal year was also negative 65,230.
When we have negative retained earnings, what do? Do we then use other funds to supplement the enterprise account?
Yeah, so when we go through fiscal year end and there's a negative amount reported, DOR, they require us to raise that negative retained earnings. So we raise that on the tax rate.
So that's not captured in the water rate.
Correct.
And then, I think maybe we can say this for when we have a revenue conversation meeting on this separately.
We're doing that now.
So it's not just expense, but do we have any revenue projections for what you're putting in the budget for this year?
Right, it's definitely the revenue page. I think it might be the first page.
Page one.
Yes. Page 1 and 2 of the revenues.
I thought you said you had give a sheet with projections on it.
Just my work to get to the right worksheet.
It's also summarized on page 11. Motions.
I'm sorry. Those are revenue in here.
So behind the purple, page 1 and 2.
And
So the total, it's 8,811,463. That's the 25 proposed. And then you can see the 24 actual and 23 actual.
And you can see the 20.
And that's only, so, and again, the 24 actual, that's only through May 6th. So we still have approximately 2 months.
Now, we
2
tend
months of
to,
revenue. Right, yeah, 2 months of
we
revenue.
tend to get our percentages from the original budget. For increases, and this shows that actually from the original budget in FY24, that our revenue is down by 10,000. Wondering why the percentage increase of 8.6, because everywhere else we've always gone off the original budget, correct?
Might be pulling it off the actual.
On this
Revenue
one,
side,
we
yeah, it might,
we-
you have to check.
we deviated from.
But you're looking at a revenue side, that's what he's saying, might be, it might,
Go on revenue
Munis might pull
side.
it different on. a
When it pulls a
revenue side.
revenue report, it just might calculate it differently. Have to look.
Mr. Munis again, waving his hand.
Yeah, because on the expense side, it goes to the original budget. On its increases.
so I just want to throw the question, is it realistic for us to expect that we have 7.1 million in 2023 in actual revenue? We don't have a full year, but 6.2, and that's gonna be some number higher than that. And 8.8, is that a realistic projection?
Oh, I guess, oh yeah, it is in a decrease, it's in.
It's based on consumption and then our collection rate.
I was reading it wrong.
So the
It is
8.6.
done that way.
So if I made the 8.6, I was able to take the 25 mayor's proposed budget amount.
Yeah, I was reading it
And
wrong.
then the
I was reading
original-
it wrong.
Yeah, and I have 8.6.
Yeah, I was reading it wrong.
So I'll throw the question back to Kenny, I guess, do you think that that's a fair number to suggest we're gonna get for projected income?
Yeah, just from the last 2 years, I know it's been difficult. It's, difficult to prove that to DOR. I know Connor and I, we discussed this in the past, in the past year. I talked to John about that previously as well. I haven't seen the how the rate was calculated. I trust that Connor has reviewed it, and if he needs to make any amendments or any changes, we'll look at that.
I calculated this rate the way John would have calculated this rate, use the same methodology.
So I understand how you calculate the rate, the question is it reasonable for us to think that we're gonna collect 8.8 million? When we've got 7.1 and then some numbers, this is a big jump.
Right.
And I don't know if it's a collections issue or if it's a consumption.
It's probably both.
I prefer to Mike if you have.
And again, as rates increase, people try to conserve, and so you try to match that, and we base our collection on some, I think we use 90%. We have in the past anyway, figuring that 90% of what's billed will be collected, and what's not. It's leaned, that's collected at the following fiscal year or subsequent fiscal year.
At a later date.
At a later date.
And when we look at the current 6.2 for actual, I think water bills are like quarterly, right? So would we, we've already billed for our fourth quarter.
So this, I would say only half of the third quarter was probably posted when the time this was printed, so it's probably a quarter and a half left in revenue to be posted.
And that's just people who get a bill on April 1st and they're gonna pay.
That's people who are paying time,
June,
yeah.
We charge interest on 14%. So do we feel comfortable with 8.8 as a number for projection?
I mean, you bring up a great point, and looking at 24, I mean, I'm not sure if we're going to make that number either, but what DOR typically looks at, they'll look at, can you reach that number? Like either the 8.1 or the 8.8, but they also look at the expenditure side as well. So if we're not expending the total amount of the budget, they also take that into consideration, and that's conversations that I've had with TPW, over the years. So even if you don't reach the revenue number, if you don't expend everything, DOR looks at that as well.
If you're a data retained earners, then we are spending.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I will say, if I may, Mr. Chairman, this is, as I've spoken highly of Connor's analytical skills already, I think this is one of the areas we will see us diving into deeply as we prepare for FY26. Because as you can hear on the finance team, this is something they're talking about a lot.
So you're saying you're confident?
We're confident in this.
8.8.
We're confident in this, but I think in the coming years, you may see some different strategies in the analysis of it.
And I agree, I think between Connor and Mike and Mayor's office and myself to it.
Of course,
to be included, I feel that we can resolve it.
Not to drag this out any further, but we have a huge infrastructure and very few customers. That's cost as well. And I sat through a very, very high level meeting with a team that just does rate projections for municipal water companies. And I won't say it in this room because we're live, but he looked at me, he goes, you are screwed, so to speak. He goes, you don't have enough people to sell water to for the infrastructure that you want. And you can't increase that number. It is what it is. It's driven by a lot of factors. We have 26 square miles and it's like 13,000 units of housing.
And how many of those are on water?
There's not that many, so it's not a significant number, but it certainly factors into it. It's just we're not a tight little city of 3 square miles and 30,000 people. Yeah, 26 square miles with 30,000.
Okay, so the only answer to this is to raise rates.
You can't cut the expense because we have to deliver potable water, reliable potable water.
And we're not in the business of selling water beyond our resident base.
And even then, I don't see that being a cash cow for the city of Gloucester either. And we are, and when it's wet, we're great. When it's dry, we worry.
And just say the enterprise fund, it's supposed to be self-supporting. So
we're very close.
Yeah.
Given the margins. So I'll move ahead with the recommendation for the water enterprise appropriations with 2 votes. The first Department 450 water committee recommendation, move to recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2025 water enterprise appropriation as follows. Personal services, $1,812. Ordinary maintenance, $3,557,655. Capital outlay, $325,000. And debt service OFU, $2,926,996 for departmental total. Water, $8,811,463, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion?
Aye.
Counselor, all in favor? One's vote, two's vote, three vote. Aye. That motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 ahead of the gate.
One more discussion.
Water enterprise revenues, so we need to vote on the flip side of this. And the Budget and Finance Committee moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2025 water enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues, $8,811,463. And I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Councilor
Aye.
Rose. And associated with that is a vote on the water rate. Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2025 water rate of $11.42 per 1,000 gallons for a 12-month billing period effective July 1st, 2024. And I've never, ever understood this from a business consumer point of view, but it's retroactive. Effective July 1st, but retroactive to April 1st, 2024, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously.
Joke on it, but.
And a comment,
Totally.
aside within this subject is this is a $1 or 9.6% increase over fiscal year 2025 water rate of $10.42 per 1,000 gallons, as noted by the auditor.
It was 8.6%, wasn't it?
9.6%.
Okay.
And then the next item for us is Department 440, which is the sewer enterprise appropriations and revenues.
Similar, water and sewer almost mirror each other as far as staffing and a lot of our contractual expenses. Sewer enterprise is up just under 750,000 this year. Very small portion salaries. The rest of it would be contractual and debt service related. Again, you can look at the right-hand margin at the zeros. Obviously, health insurance, you can't control. But the most part, personnel is zeros, and then ordinary, you'll see some climbs. Contracted services are up 17.5%. And again, mostly zeros in the right-hand margin. Some increased capital outlay. Again, this is trying to budget some capital money versus borrowing for it every time I wise move. The department allows us flexibility to spend that over the course of the fiscal year. It gives us the money to actually take care of things that break as they break versus breaking, finding a temporary fix, asking the council for funding and paying 3 to 4 times as much for the project because time is money when it comes to rent pumps, rent equipment. They get the premium on all that stuff and they're hard to find. So we've been through that. We've been through the last couple of years. We've had a lot of, as we transition to the next wastewater treatment facility, a lot of the age equipment will be coming offline, but it needs to stay working until it comes offline. So there's been a lot of triage and, Band-Aids installed the last 18 months, and we're at the tail end of that now. So we're confident that this particular fiscal 25 budget will get us to that point.
2 questions.
Councilor Worthy.
Is this the place where we would see the expense for the CSO? Whatever's happening, I don't understand it, but East Gloucester, where they're Hart Street pump and hiring.
So when we have issues with the capacity at Hart Street, we've outside vendors that help move the wastewater along. That's captured as much as it can within the ordinary budget.
In the ordinary budget of this, of the.
For the sewer, yeah.
And is it, I gotta imagine it's higher than it's been because it's been a number of experiences or events.
Yeah, year to year is different. This year was, it's an exceptionally high, we have a tide driven issue at the pump stations. We haven't quite identified exactly where it is yet, but we're closer. I believe it's between Gorton's and, or between Harbor Loop and Rose Square, some of that general area. So we're narrowing down where that issue is. Hope to address that issue this year. We also have requested for some additional pump station funding to take care of some of the pumps that aren't pumping as efficiently as they should be, which will help drive down that cost for emergency pump services.
Does this somehow tie into the creek in some way?
No.
Just Hart Street, nothing.
No, there's no connection between the two.
We do have some issues in terms of seawater infiltration in the number of substations.
We get above a 10.5 foot tide. You can kind of mirror the tide and the flow line and the interceptor. They're on the same they're the same graph. So it's definitely what, urban renewal, didn't do us a lot of favors. They left a lot of infrastructure in place. And that infrastructure has failed, or it's just an elevation that we didn't see as frequently before. We had millions and millions and millions of gallons of CSO overflows 10 years ago. It's a fraction of what that is today. And it's all tide driven. A lot of it is CSO is activated because you have water coming in. It's not necessarily a direct link that what we're seeing as an overflow volume is always going out. A lot of times it's just you're picking up all this extra flow in the interceptor, which causes a backup. You just can't fit any more through the pipe. And there's a lag, and as water moves through the pipe, we're seeing that very clearly, and as we monitor the flow in the interceptor sewer.
Other questions, Councilor?
Where that would be captured, Mike, would that be in does Viola pay for those contractors, where it's paid for out of the pump station, cost items, or?
We have emergency pump out services factored in annually, so it's a mix. This isn't a cost, you can't put that direct cost on the vendor. It's no fault of theirs that the tides are high or our infrastructure is not as robust as it needs to be. They carry a fair enough burden as it is at the plant.
Right, yeah, what you're basically doing is
We're moving it.
what can't go out.
Yep, moving it from one station to another station.
It's what can't go out because the water's coming in.
Yeah.
And that's,
I just wonder from a budget standpoint, if we're having more events, whether it's rain or tide, if we're accounting for it appropriately.
A lot of the repairs that we necessary to remedy this would be capital. They're too big to carry in the budget as capital. There'll be a direct request for funding to do something. And that'll run to the mayor's office, and then if thought highly enough there, it'll move on to the council.
My last question was about sewer project. Is mayor, we decided if it's gonna be on the sewer rate or exclusion or?
We're still working through the financing. Mike's had several meetings with the Clean Water Trust, so we'll be learning more.
You'll see us soon.
Is there anything we should be doing now to serve, I know enterprise funds can accumulate funds, right? Is there something we should do that should be thinking ahead, like, okay, that rate's gonna go up somehow at some point? Should we be looking at bumping up a little bit now to protect from a larger jump later?
I think we need to get, we have a general idea what the total cost of the project will be, how it's financed. It's gonna be, is the real, that's the hard work, is how you finance this, how long can you extend borrowing? What incentives do we receive annually, and can we continue to get those annually over the course of the borrowing? But also, if we can extend it further, it allows us to be more diligent in requesting one-time monies from our delegation to offset this. It's a big ask for a small community, but we're bound to it at this point.
With that being said, how much, I'm looking at 580000. Looking at that huge increase on page 5. Yep.
Page 5.
Capital.
Capital.
Capital outlay.
Huge cost.
That's what we're just talking
Yeah,
about.
talking about.
Yeah, just, you were just.
Increase of 200,000.
It's $200,000 increase, and that's
Yeah.
actually $25,000 less than we used to get in that fund annually. So that fund was decreased maybe 10 years ago. We used to get 500 in capital outlay for water, 500 capital outlay for sewer.
Yeah.
Then it was pared down because we were doing a lot of direct borrowing rather than budgeting. Seemed more appropriate for the borrowing. And it's always kicking the can down the road, so to speak, because in the end you pay for it one way or the other.
You pay for it one way or the other.
$200,000, I could spend it in an afternoon.
Of course.
And I'd still have my hand out, so. You or I writing a $200,000 check? I'll speak to myself. I'd have a hard time writing a $200,000 check right now. But to spend on a plant that has a value of, hundreds of millions of dollars. Or infrastructure that's worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
Have we gotten any funding from the infrastructure bill that was passed through Congress? Cause this is really, I'm just curious if that has been.
Please let me take this one.
That's what.
I'm gonna bite my tongue, so.
Okay, so cause the
The answer is no.
Okay.
So
Cause
the
there was
answer is,
de-letting, there was so many things in this federal legislation. You've
had-
gotten zero.
we've had several meetings with both Senator Markey
Oh,
and
okay.
Senator Warren's team. They continue to say this is the way to go. We've met one-on-one with the state, what is it, the federal financing
It's
and
the czar of the federal money.
yes,
Okay.
Quentin's office, and they quickly just turned us back and said, the only way you have to go is the Clean Water Trust, and that's our loan funding. So the answer is no, but we just knocked on their door and asked them for something else the other day too, and they're like, oh yeah, no, it doesn't fit your project. So I'm not sure who's getting that money, but it is certainly not the city of Gloucester, and it's not for a lack of trying.
Okay.
I haven't talked to a director yet that's seen
Seen kind
a big check written to them. You'll get little pieces here and there from the delegation, but it's not enough to, do anything.
It's not enough, but because it was almost $1 trillion bill that could have if we were, unfortunately, we aren't, because it could have helped us with
that was what we were
critical
told.
aging infrastructure, all of these things. So it's on.
The money's very specified as to what it's
Yeah.
allowed to be used for, and it doesn't appear to be things that,
It's all going to Kentucky.
I was gonna say the Commonwealth is in need of. I do believe is it Malden, wherever Senator Markey is from, they received a large chunk. No way, yeah.
And they have some serious issues too.
I
so
just
it's
have
not a
one
surprise.
question.
Councilor Groves.
This is kind of a little anecdotal, but
Yeah.
I see you have, you're gonna put odor sensors at Goose Cove. Which is step system, the gift that keeps on giving. Is there a response? It's gonna happen if that odor control triggers, the odor control sensor triggers?
There's odor control in place currently.
Is it still the old activated carbon?
It's activated carbon, but the dioxide that's introduced at the Bayview Fire Station is introduced properly now.
Okay.
And it wasn't before. We went 20 years for being introduced in a very efficient way. So we have, an organic process, so to speak, that's introduced upstream that reduces the amount of sewer gas odors at the terminus of the pressure in the gravity sewer, which it just vents at Goose Cove Station. So we've done a lot of work trying to manage odor control at that station, and I mean, you guys drive by it every night. I mean, it's a lot better than it used to be.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I haven't received a call on that in some time, years.
I don't smell a thing
No,
anymore.
it's, you're not immune to it. It's just, it's managed properly. And Dana's team did a great job with it.
Congesting those fumes.
John.
Thank you.
Any other councilors' questions? Department 440 sewer. Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the city council approve fiscal year 2025 sewer enterprise appropriations as follows. Personal services, $1,978,053. Ordinary maintenance, $505,666,479. Capital outlay, $561,320. debt service to OFU, $2,849,092 for a departmental total sewer. $11,055,044, and I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and as to sewer enterprise revenues. Committee recommends that city council approve a fiscal year 2025 sewer enterprise revenue as follows. Total revenues, again, $11,055,044, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Sewer rate. Committee recommendation. Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the city council approve a fiscal year 2025 sewer rate of $19.50 per 1,000 gallons for a 12-month billing cycle effective July 1st, 2024, or retroactive to April 1st, 2024. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously, and a note that this is a $1.34 or 7.38% increase over the fiscal year 2024 sewer rate of $18.16 per 1,000 gallons. And should we do the Talbot rink while we?
Yep, it's quick. If I may,
Kenny?
you also want to vote that free cash is 100 and it's related to the sewer. Do you want to wait on that? On page 1. So we're using, there's $175,000 appropriated for the fiscal year 25 sewer enterprise budget. One, because it's related.
No.
We gotta do one way or the other.
So,
Yeah.
the fiscal year 2024 general fund free cash appropriation related to the fiscal year 2025 sewer enterprise budget, the motion would be the Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the city council appropriate in the amount of $175,000 from the general fund, undesignated fund balance, free cash / account number is noted, to the sewer enterprise fund balance reserve for special purposes, account number as noted. And the purpose of this appropriation from the general fund, undesignated fund balance, free cash is to stabilize the sewer enterprise fund user fees for fiscal year 2025. And I so move.
Also.
Motion made and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Councilor Worthley.
Yeah, it's a question I think for Kenny first. Is this something that DUR supports, we're putting free cash into the enterprise account to stabilize the rates?
Yeah, it's proper. I mean, it's okay to do. It's just not, you can't do it the other way around. You can't take sewer retained earnings and appropriate that to the general fund. So the general fund can subsidize water, sewer, rink, and waterways. It's done that in the past. It's, all for enterprise funds. That's okay.
But wouldn't you try to capture that in the rate?
That's a policy.
Yeah, but I mean, we could choose to do that, but in order to stabilize the rates, knowing what's continuing to come and regarding school rate adjustments, this is the mayor's recommendation.
So how much does the $175,000 save per $1,000? The 1,000 gallons?
That would be a counter question.
I have to go ahead to do the calculation to figure it out.
Okay, I appreciate you having it in front of you, but if we're stabilizing the rate, what does that actually mean?
Yeah, we can do that math, we can answer it after lunch or something tomorrow.
Can we hold off on voting on it?
Up to the chairman.
I prefer to go proceed. We can get that information, but I don't think it's going to change things.
So this is using one-time money for recurring expenses, which we'd say is a policy, something that this administration doesn't want to do, but we're doing it right here, so.
You'll see it throughout this budget.
I know.
And this school budget.
Okay. I still like the information, even if we could vote for it.
Sure. So noted.
Comments on it?
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Two in favor, one opposed? And Penny, then back to the rink.
Yes, thank you. Orange.
Go on Facebook, nobody knows.
I don't go on this.
I know.
So what tab is the rink in this one?
It's the, yeah, the orange.
The orange.
Okay, the Talbot Rink, account number 475. We still got a rink.
Over rink, still an enterprise fund. Total increase in the Talbot Rink operating cost is just over $10,000 for fiscal 25. It's salary driven more than anything. It's all in personnel. Rink's doing well. It's down for the season at this point. For the most part, rink manager's done an excellent job at the Talbot Rink the last couple of years. Fortunate to have him. He's a professional manager, been with us for a number of years. And we've been in better shape going into fiscal 25 than we have been the last couple of years. Again, coming out of COVID was tough. A lot of loss of revenue is unforeseen and really uncontrollable, but we're doing everything we can to maximize the revenue at the rink. Recognizing that we have only so much rate climb we can have there before pushing people to other rinks. And outpricing our local sports for hockey and figure skating. Not much to see there.
Thank you, Councilor Woodley.
One question. First of all, great job. It's nice to see it not being red any longer, in black. I know it's been years of sort of subsidizing that operation, right? How are we keeping electrical costs at 23, 24, 25, and $50,000, given how much electricity it costs to run a facility and the increases?
We know what a kilowatt draw is. We know what we like. We know what we need. We're open from X to Y. We're open during the day from 20. It runs 24/7 while it's open. At this point, the only that's running is lighting. The refrigeration's down.
But with the inflation in electrical costs across the board,
We've managed our rate increases pretty well as a department. I think better so than most, residential consumers have. So we're very careful on our gas pricing for, we know what our therms are, we know what kilowatt hours are.
do you have separate pricing for the rink than the city has in other places, or just the city across the board has done a good job managing that?
The stuff that we pay, I can't talk about what, our agreements are for residential, rate pays through the program that Congress has. But what we pay for utilities is I think it's managed pretty well.
Yes.
And I did a rate projection, a therm projection last year, and it was saved like $85,000 just in natural gas, which again, in a $130 million budget, it's nothing, but I mean, it's still $85,000 is, I think, fiscally responsible. We're cautious about it.
Thank you.
Any other councilor questions?
And how much revenue is the rent? I'm looking at, just trying to understand, because it's. Yeah, it's the negative number, is that?
It's good.
It's good, yeah.
It's accounting.
Yeah, no, I understand, that's good, and that's good that, and hopefully folks that are listening, if they end up looking at the budget, they'll understand that that negative number is good. So it's quite like, between all of our programs, we're bringing in close to $280,000, it looks like, or $279,000 we project for this coming fiscal year.
Yes.
Okay. Has there been ever discussion to open the rink year round for some of the programs? I know, because a lot of the athletes, they're gonna want to use, they still need to practice,
The rink wasn't designed to be a
Okay.
year-round rink. Doesn't have.
Can't handle the humidity.
Okay,
There used to be tennis courts in the summer.
Yeah.
I used to play there.
I'm sure you like that.
You need a water-cooled rink for year-round use. This is air-cooled.
Yeah.
And it's this is the second generation of the air cooling for that rink. Didn't have dehumidification until we put it in. So the rink was really tough to use in the shoulder seasons for warm weather because it'd steam up in there. It's very inefficient then, but with an air-cooled system, it's seasonal. You can't get into summer weather around here with the heat, humidity, and runoff, an air-cooled rink.
Yeah, no, thank you. I knew that, but I just wanted
Sure.
to just confirm that. And I remember skating there as a kid and then having to go to other rinks for training in the summer. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Better for years, definitely.
Go ahead and go ahead, unless there's further questions, make a recommendation on the Dorothy Talbot rink and appropriations, enterprise appropriations. Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2025 Dorothy Talbot rink appropriations as follows. Personal services, $221,441, ordinary maintenance, $98,000, capital outlay, $7,000. Debt service OFU, $28,462 for a departmental total appropriation of $354,903, and I so move. Motion been made and seconded. Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor? Aye. And the committee recommendation on revenues is to move to recommend that the city council approve the fiscal year 2025 Talbot Rink enterprise revenue as follows. Total revenues, $354,903, and I so move.
Second.
Motion been made, seconded. Any further discussion? Anybody in favor? Put on your skates. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren.
Maybe we can get meetings.
So back in the.
Here.
Very thank you.
Ranked up at Skateport Park, doesn't have quite.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Take care.
Nice job.
I'll give it a minute.
Thank you, Mike. Good job.
Thank you,
That was-
Commissioner.
I'm so
Thanks
fast
for-
out of here. Can't wait for next year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we're gonna adjourn for lunch.
Um,
We're running about an hour late, so we're gonna reconvene at 2 o'clock.
No, no.
So reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Very happy with it.
Hi,
Well,
Oh,
Val,
Hey Val,
Hey, Val.
I'm here.
can you hear us, Val?
I can hear you fine and I'm gonna get rid of my face, but I am here.
Oh, can you swap it out for your dog?
The dog's at the beach with Jared and I'm not eating potato chips right now, so I think I'm in good shape.
I wanna be at the beach with Jared.
What beach is Jared at? We're gonna send the police out.
Oh, stop. It's a boat beach, Jill. Don't, no worries. All right, nice to see you.
nice to see you. Are we live yet or no?
It is live, yes.
Could we turn that volume down just a yeah. Sorry, it's just very loud. Sorry, Val. You're very loud.
She's not.
Not you, but you're the volume.
So
That's
just to
okay.
update you, I told Greg to come at 2:15 and John and Donna to come at 2:45. Thinking we might get back close to on track, but
Yeah, I gotta go to dinner. We made some progress before we had all the revenues, the enterprise accounts, we kind of jumped right back on track until I think Mike said every 20 minutes and it didn't go wrong, but.
We gave the trash disposal services a lot of attention. Appropriate.
and Connor's just up chatting with John on something, so but we can start whenever your committee's ready.
He's back.
Counselor. Oh, there you go, that was fast.
Chatting with John, is that what you said?
John McCarthy.
I was gonna say.
I don't have my Ouija board.
I was gonna say, yeah,
You're channeling him, definitely channeling. So it's, we're gonna reconvene. We've had a late lunch break due to some extra time given to the DPW during the morning session. But this is Councilor Scott Memhard, and you're at the Budget and Finance Standing Committee Special Budgetary Review Process, or day 2. And this afternoon, it's now 2 o'clock rather than 1 o'clock, and we're going to start with the Council on Aging. And then if all bodes well, move on to community development, grants, conservation and tourism, the mayor's office, treasurer collector, and waterways and harbor master shellfish. So Elise, we start with Council on Aging. Welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Memhard.
And this is page 78 in our document.
Yeah.
Up to department number
541.
541. So you've been through the show before, Elise.
I know, but it always feels like it's so a year from, you know what I mean? Having a year in between, it seems like the first time, like every time, I'm like, oh yeah. How's this gonna kind of unfold?
If you wanna come more often, you can.
I know, I should. Well,
How do you do?
this isn't your standard BNF though. This is the special budget one.
Yeah, this time,
Yeah.
you're not giving us money, or we're not
I know.
authorizing your receipts.
I know, yes, this is quite different. So yeah, so the budget that the Council on Aging that we submitted is the level budget that, that we were requested to submit. I think I understand why that needs to be. I kind of look at the bigger picture, so I definitely understand what spurred that on, but I'm definitely happy to see that some of the things that we were kind of afforded last year by the mayor's office and by the city council, that we've been able to include again, things like the senior citizens account that's providing transportation and some program instruction and supplies. We now are marking 1 year that we have been running the Seniors on the Go program, which we have our Monday Fun Day bus trips, and they're incredibly popular. We looked at the numbers when I showed them to the mayor's office. I was very pleased to report that we have a lot of a good amount of kind of unique users of that. You know what I mean? It's not just a group of 14 of the same people using that program over and over again. It's a good cross section, which is what we had hoped for in choosing the types of trips that we run with that program, those Monday Fun Day trips. So we offer all kinds of different locations, figuring that'll attract different people, and it's worked. We've gotten a really good amount of unique users on that. So we were glad to have that included in the budget again. Glad to have some funding for promoting ourselves and making sure that we can find some unique ways to let the community know about us and not forget about us, and remember that we are there for them.
We got to have that included and, yeah, and other than that, it's just kind of your standard kind of level budget, same as last year's stuff. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Councilors, questions? Just Councilor Wortley.
Thank you, Elise. I support you and your budget, what you're doing. Just want to, do you have an idea of percentage of seniors that are participating compared to the number of seniors in the community? And how that might relate to other communities, and it's just, is there any benchmarking in the industry, like?
You know,
We don't want, you said we don't want them to forget about you, we also want to forget about them, and if there's other ways we can do outreach that we can help with.
exactly. So that's, I don't have like benchmark numbers off the top of my head. I might be able to, well, I'm sure I could get those from MCOA. They're a great organization. The organization that we, as kind of our membership organization is Mass Council on Aging. I do know that they provided me with some statistics a couple months ago that talked about, well, I'm getting away from that. Let me answer your question first. So the bane of my existence, and it's the same, it's the bane of every Council on Aging Director's existence, is the fact that we are, way more of the seniors in the community do not come to the Rose Baker Senior Center than do come. And every single Council on Aging Director, whenever I get on group, Zoom phone calls with all the regional directors all around here in the region that I belong to for MCOA, it's all the same thing. Everybody has, and we all are always trying to brainstorm ways around that. The word senior, I think, the fact that we are the Rose Baker Senior Center, I go to presentations and I've just seen some startling data. I think we all have a general sense of how people view senior and view that word senior and don't want to identify with that because of some of the negativity associated with it. But when you see some of the data that I've had put in front of me and you see how truly startling it is, people's reaction, negative perceptions associated with the word senior. So I think that we have that kind of going against us. I've been starting to play around lately with just calling it the Rose Baker a little more often, and have even talked to the mayor's office briefly to kind of plant a seed and see if folks can maybe start to think about calling it the Rose Baker Center for Aging Well, which is a name I like. There's no silver bullet. Changing the name is not going to completely solve it. Something exciting that a couple towns did that I saw is that they worked, and as soon as I get a minute, hopefully I will get a minute to pursue this, but I know that UMass has a school of gerontology, and they have PhD students that are available to work on projects. And they had worked on an exciting project with the city of Beverly, where they went to the city clerk's office, they got a list of all the seniors in the community, and we have 10,000 and change, like 10,400 or so. And I would say that the percentage that the Council on Aging has interacted with, mainly via the Rose Baker Senior Center, is, I would bet we're on par with other councils on aging. Again, I don't have it kind of off the top of my head, but oh my God, I just completely lost my train of thought. So the city of Beverly was doing something really exciting
It's a senior moment.
Well, it is, thank you, but that's ageist, so we're gonna try to get away from that, so the city of Beverly got one of those gerontology PhD students from UMass, and they ran their list of all their seniors from the city clerk against the list of every single senior that's ever interacted with their senior center. Then they took that resulting list of ones that they've never had any contact with, and they developed these cluster maps. They ran it into some kind of geo mapping software that I've talked to community development about, and they've told me that, yeah, we as a city, we could find a way to do that, to see where there were like high concentrations of those seniors that we haven't had contact with. And they took that information and they tried to bring their senior center out to those neighborhoods. And that really resonates with me as a social worker getting my MSW. The mantra of social workers is always start where the client is. So for us, and I saw that in that, that's starting where the client is. The client is there in that neighborhood. Bring what you do out to them. So that is kind of something that I have on the horizon that I'd like to do, is reach out to one of those, because I saw a presentation about it and they said that they'd be willing to do it for other communities. And maybe if we could figure out some ways. But I think even without doing that, I think we're on the cusp of some pretty exciting things that I hope are going to start to put a bigger dent in that. And those exciting things are that with all the upgrades that we've recently had 8 new HVAC units, speaking of DPW going along, so I'm so grateful to the other departments that made this happen. New HVAC units, then the roof was able to get reskinned last year, it needed it badly, it was leaking really badly. Then once it wasn't leaking anymore, IT had it, ran the project to come in and completely rewire the building. So we have Wi-Fi that has speeds that are like the whole rest of the kind of world now, which is awesome. And the other thing that enabled is it enabled us to install the audio-visual equipment that had been the Sawyer Free Libraries. They gave that to us. So now we had the kind of the data capabilities to install that. And because of the trend towards wanting to offer more hybrid meetings and hybrid meeting spaces, we got hybrid capabilities with all this AV equipment. So my long-range plan with all of that has always been, and I've started now to try to take some steps towards that plan, is to offer things at the senior center and then hopefully, and I'm going to be talking to the Lanesville Community Center soon about that. I've already started the dialogue with Cheryl, their board president, to maybe offer some hybrid programming so that if we have something going on at the senior center, we could offer it maybe over there too. And folks could maybe not leave their neighborhood. I know how's Lanesville, they're not gonna come all the way into Gloucester. And maybe they don't wanna socialize in a setting that's quite as big as the Rose Baker Senior Center. Maybe they would like to do it at their right size, might be right in their neighborhood. So similarly with Magnolia, I had reached out to Councilor Nolan and I'm working with him to try to get an appropriate contact at the Magnolia Community Center to start a dialogue with them to see if they'd be amenable to something like that. I've already just started that dialogue with Lanesville Community Center. So with that, that's a couple of the things I'm trying to think of it to solve that whole, we don't serve way more of our seniors than we do. And that's always the nut I feel like I need to crack. But a lot of other COA directors feel similarly, so,
Sure.
yeah.
Your passion for seniors and the work you do is contagious. I appreciate
Oh,
it.
it's fun. I have the best job.
My
Yeah, we're having a
grandfather-
barn dance tomorrow. We're getting 10 bales of hay delivered today for the barn dance tomorrow, yeah.
I tried to convince my grandfather, Mondello, Gene Mondello, he was 83 years old.
Yeah.
I said, we should drive around, and I said, you should go to the senior center. I said, what are you talking about? He says, that's for old people.
Yeah.
And he was 83, and it's just so like,
Same exact story with my mother before she passed. I would say, Mom, you sit at home alone all day. It's not good for you. Why don't you go to the senior center? And she'd say the same thing. Why do I want to go there? That's for old people.
When I go to when I go to the dermatologist, they look at my skin and they say, oh, those are maturity spots. So maturity versus immaturity. So this is a mature crowd.
Well, the fact of the matter is that we're all aging and a lot of resources get devoted to us, we humans at the beginning of our process of aging, right? And rightfully so, children. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm just saying that as a society, we put a lot of focus on that beginning end of what it means to be aging, right? But then when we get to this later end of aging, it's just viewed as this, just old and in the way kind of thing. And I've been very saddened by the amount of ageism that I think is getting worse, not better, lately. Boom, just all this, boomer stuff. And so I've been kind of trying to not so quietly take a little stand here and there on stuff like that and just kind of point it out when I see it, is that it's unhelpful.
When we saw you earlier this year, you mentioned that you've gotten, because of the census data, the
Yeah.
increase from the state.
Yes.
And is that reflected in your expenditures at this point in terms of the income from that? And have you made any progress towards getting that second card swipe at the back entry that would help build your database?
Yeah, yes, a little bit of progress in that. I think it's morphing a little bit. The card swipe, I've talked to the rest of the staff and a lot of the seniors who frequent the place and use that back door. And there seems to be a consensus that a better solution might be to have a mobile way to check people in. So that a member of the staff could always go around and say to somebody, did everybody check in? And if someone says, no, I haven't, we could maybe have an iPad right there and say, oh, I'll check you in right now. And that could happen anyway. And if we go to a system like that, then we can bring that iPad and start to use it for some some things that the Council on Aging does that aren't even at the Rose Baker Senior Center. So instead of having an additional stationary check-in station, there's been some movement towards having that be a mobile solution.
Sounds good.
Which makes more sense, yeah.
Councilor Benson.
So I'm just looking at for 535007 on 8. So it's the senior transportation program instruction. Is that where most of the money is coming from for like the programs that you were talking about, the day programs, or maybe you go to New York City for the day or whatever? maybe you can also give me an example of some of the things that you do.
Right.
Because this is the opportunity to do that. I'm just curious.
Right, so the Council on Aging Board took a vote, geez, almost immediately after I came on board, which was in July of 2020.
Mhm.
And the board voted that they want the Rose Baker Senior Center to be a place that doesn't charge for anything.
Okay.
That, but anything that they were talking about were things like exercise instruction, lunches, special presentations, you know,
Sure.
all of that kind of stuff, that we don't charge for that stuff. So big trips like that, where we couldn't possibly have the budget to be able to offer a free
Yeah.
trip for everybody to go to like New York City or something like that. We work with a tour company and they're just an aggregator, and because they do what they do, we just pass along those savings that they give us because
Mhm.
it's a group thing, you know what I mean?
So
the
most of
kinds
those are not, we're not paying for them.
The
They're
city's not paying for them.
the individual older adult who's taking part in that program is paying
Directly to the tour
directly to the tour
company.
company.
Right, and what we do is we play an administrative role, which
Yeah.
enables the tour company to give that discounted rate to the seniors.
Sure.
So if we weren't doing our part in that, they wouldn't be able to get that great rate to go do some fun things.
Oh, great.
But that line item that you're looking at is more for exercise instruction. We have a yoga instructor that we pay. We just got a Tai Chi instructor. I'm so excited. We've been
That's
looking for a Tai Chi
exciting.
instructor. We have a line dance instructor. And we have another yoga instructor who teaches yoga via Zoom for the folks who want to have that in their home. And then every now and then we need to pay, like, we have our St. Peter's Fiesta party coming up, and the barn dance that I mentioned tomorrow, we're gonna pay the musicians. So we have, music programs, and we pay them for their time. The DJ that we're gonna pay a DJ to come for our St. Peter's Fiesta party. So those kind of special occasion programs can come out of that, and one of the primary expenses that comes out of that particular line item is that Seniors on the Go bus, which we pay. And
Yeah. You need to mute.
she's feeding back. We pay cater for the use of that bus, and those Monday Fun Day trips tend to be a little bit more local. We focus those trips on things that the seniors need to do, that are need and want to do, some fun things too, but sometimes need to do, like get to Walmart. Sometimes you just need those big box prices, and you need that selection. So that bus will take seniors places where they can't really get out of town on the train line.
Yeah.
So it'll go to like Walmart, and then they'll go to the Century House for lunch. This past week, they went to Ocean State Job Lots and to Sylvan Street Grill for lunch. We're gonna have a trip in June to go to Salem Willows, and that one is one of the most popular things. Like immediately we'll get that maxed out, and we'll have a wait list because they love Salem Willows. So we like I said, on that line item, we try to really vary the types of trips. So we went up to Peabody Essex Museum on the Monday Fun Day, Seniors on the Go bus. We've taken them to a matinee at the Cabot Street Cinema on the Seniors on the Go bus. So yeah, they do all kinds of fun things on that.
That's really exciting, and thanks.
Yeah,
for
and those are
providing
free. That stuff is
Yeah.
that the city does
Sure,
because we
that's-
have that
So
funding.
that you have that funding there
Yeah.
for that free. I think that's excellent, and thank you for sharing, like, it's also an opportunity to hear all of these programs that are being offered to our older adult population.
Yeah.
And hopefully maybe soon we can change that senior word to the older adult population. That's kind of where the better word
Yes.
for it is, and hopefully, as you were alluding to it, to Council Worthley, I think that would be a
Yeah.
really great thing to do, and I appreciate you mentioning that, is because there is
Thanks.
a lot of negative connotations with senior, elderly, all of these things, and we should be
Yeah.
working to find a
Yeah.
better term.
And that's why I like the idea, and that's why I kind of have just thrown it out there for people to chew on to, because change is hard for everybody. So I figure I just start mentioning it and letting people kind of chew on it.
Let us
Aging
know.
well is what we all want to do, I think, you know?
When you figure that out, let us know, because we speak to a lot of people, so, let us be
Yes.
helpful
Oh.
in changing that dialogue.
Absolutely.
Counselor Gilman, do you have any
Absolutely. Thank
questions for Elise?
She gotta unmute herself, because she must have muted a minute ago from the feedback.
Seeing none, anybody else? I'm gonna go ahead and make the recommendation. Budget and Finance would move to recommend that the City Council approve fiscal year 2025 appropriations for the Council on Aging as follows. Personal Services, $164,792. Ordinary maintenance, $46,317. For a departmental total, Council on Aging, $211,109, and I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor? Opposed, motion passes. 2 in favor, 3 in favor, 0 opposed. We're all older, except.
Thank you so much. Thank
Good
you,
work.
counselors, and everybody have a great day. Hope you guys get out in time to enjoy this weather.
Well, thank you, Director.
It was rough walking over here. Actually, that was sarcasm. It was great to have an opportunity to get out of the office, so thank you all for that as well.
Thank you, Elise.
Thanks, Val.
Building.
You'll get those steps in, right?
Yes, yes, it's gorgeous up there. Oh,
Thank you so
much. Thanks, Jill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything that you do for our population.
My pleasure and honor, honestly.
Thank you.
Have a great one.
Cables down.
Yeah. Careful.
Don't trip.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on it as soon as I
So
see.
Greg, which hat are you wearing?
Which one do you want me to wear?
Thank you.
So we're looking at
Oh, I-
We got the whole team.
the Community Development
That's not gonna.
Department.
Yeah, so I think
Greg
we're gonna
Canatori is
cover
acting Community Development Director again.
acting, interim, whichever one you like to use. I like acting, but
And it's on page 27. Budget book. Department 181.
Do you want to, Concom's 26, if you want to put it there.
however you'd like to start. Concom is on page 26.
171.
Right before you start, would you like your candy to give you a little boost? Or-
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Pass that on.
No, I'm good. I was looking and then said I don't.
Everybody's on the same page?
Mm-hmm.
So conservation's pretty straightforward. It's mostly salary line item for the agent and the assistant agent. Additionally, they've kind of changed the way they kind of carry their operations a little bit, rather than having the applicant pay for their advertisements for public hearings. They collect a fee and then pay the Gloucester Daily Times directly. So that's that purchase of services line item. It's pretty straightforward. The only increases are just associated with the increases to the employees that are stepping over the next fiscal year.
So again, reviewing the staff, we have an agent, we have an assistant agent, and then we have a clerk in the department.
No, actually, that was supposed to be fixed.
Yeah, so it's an agent and an assistant agent at this point, both full-time. There's no admin staff. There's a little bit of support that comes from the general department staff, but otherwise, the two of them are pretty manage all the other functions of the department.
So admin staff would be supported from another for
It's
like just someone within.
It's shared from the assistant agent, and then there's some administration from our front admin staff.
From your front admin staff, okay. And are these union employees or?
They are.
Okay.
I have no question on conservation. I do have a question that will relate to all the departments, and it was raised. It comes from a conversation we had when Suzanne Egan was here for legal. She had said that there are times that we have third-party review paid for by applicants, but is that it's not by ordinance. They're not required.
It's by statute. Any of the permitting boards have the ability to, if they determine that they need more information on an application and they need outside review or additional review, they can request funds from the applicant to do so.
I know Council Nolan was hoping to do something for a local ordinance, but if you're saying it's already on the books from the state.
Yep.
We have to do that. Where do we see the revenue if someone were to say, you need to hire outside third-party consultant, where does that money come into?
Well, Penny answered this for you last time. I don't know if you want to give him the same answer.
Revolving account on that.
Yeah, well, it's a special revenue
Special
account.
revenue, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's like a third party review account.
That's the same for every department, not just legal. Is that right?
No, so this is in particular to conservation when we need to hire a third party for a review. So it's in a special revenue account, it's just by statute. So as we're taking in the deposit, then we hire a consultant for the third party review. So it's just money in, money out, you know?
Okay.
And we have one dedicated for the planning board as well, so they're
There's
separate.
separate things that aren't in
Yeah,
the budget,
yeah,
because right now.
And I think we've taken an estimate of how much it's gonna cost, and then if it comes in less, then we refund that back to the applicant.
Okay, thank you. That will answer questions for any department that's in the regulatory side, so thank you.
Not such a deep dive into the budget.
I have a quick question.
Counselor Gilman.
I'll be quiet with my voice because I understand I'm loud. So my question is, Greg,
Yes.
do we have in that line item of $5,500 for other expenses, do we have to pay anything for the assistance we get with the plovers on Good Harbor Beach for fees to have our partners come in and help us? Is that just all?
What's that? Well, I don't know that it's out of this line item.
Right, so Counselor, it's not in this line item. Conservation Department, and this is, Kenny wants to get into, or Kenny or Connor. The fees of the Conservation Department are paid, or the salaries and the costs of the Conservation Department are paid for by the fees for the permitting, the what's the word, what's the right word?
Wetlands Protection.
Wetlands Protection Act. So specifically, Wetlands Protection Act fees cannot pay for plover protection. So we move that we're paying Mass Audubon to DPW because they're in charge of beach management and operations. So it can't be in this department based on how this department is funded. Similar, Counselor, since I know your follow-up question will be is where do we see that? But it goes, basically, we take them in and these guys do it on their end.
Yeah, so it comes in, it's again, another special revenue account, it's receipts reserved. And then what happens, it's transferred before the end of the year, but we only transfer in the amount that's actually expended. So, you can budget X amount, but that's not what we transfer in, it's just what it's actually spent, because I know there's been some
years it's up, some years it's down.
Yeah, some years there's been some turnover in the department, so John and we talked about that, we said it's not fair to transfer more than that was actually expended, so we wait until the end of the year to transfer that amount.
Sorry.
Okay.
Ask that question at any other regulatory department now that I got it in my head, I got figured, thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Sure.
And Jill.
Am I good to make the motion? Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2025 appropriations for Conservation Commission as follows. Personal Services, $125,350. Ordinary Maintenance, $20,500 for a departmental total of conservation. $145,850, and I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. And then the next department will be Community Development, 181.
Similar, not very complex budget, mostly salary for staff. We do have some vacancies right now, and there's also a little bit of a haircut on one position to allow for that position to either potentially be retooled a little bit or hired halfway through the year.
Is this
only for
economic development?
Yes. There's also some share of some staff that are in the CDBG world. So there's some portion of their funding that comes from the general fund and then some funding that's coming directly from the grant. The listing of the positions is not the entire department because there's two employees that are directly off of the grant and funded by admin from the CDBG funds. So again, other than that, it's just the associated items that go along with some of those employees in terms of longevity, sick leave buyback. I know there's been a robust discussion about some of those as well as sick incentive earlier in your discussions. And then just some remaining funds that are often used for matching grants. As you know, we do apply for a lot of different types of grants. Some of them require matching funds. And so we have a little bit of a seed. Anything that gets into an infrastructure project or that type of thing that we apply for would not be supported by the amount that's here. And that's always the discussion with the council when we move forward with a larger grant. So that's about it.
And if I may,
Yes, please.
this department was also asked to take a cut, $75,000 total, which you guys have seen the big departments with $9 million budgets, 200,000, so this was significant and obviously significantly painful for me because I'm the one who brought that up, had that support. So they do a really good job of bringing in grant funding and we're really hopeful to see some changes. We do have a new community development director starting soon, so you'll see that announcement coming. And
Congrats. This is my last show.
and no, never say never. This is an area that we hope to supplement some of the work with grants, other things, but just wanted to show again where I had to take some haircuts, as Rick said.
And specifically, where do you think that's coming out of in this term?
So the economic development director
Yeah.
piece was like 50,000 of it and another 25,000 in that purchase of services under ordinary maintenance. Came out there.
Mr. Benson.
So, two questions. When you talked about, I'll ask it, maybe both of you, for the grants, how much money is community development getting in grant money? What's like the total? You can give me a ballpark. It doesn't, I know it's gonna fluctuate.
Yeah. Well, in general, community development block grant comes in just shy of 700,000. That's an
Okay.
entitlement grant each
Yep.
year. And then it fluctuates.
Just from the sustainability side of things, I think in this fiscal year, Gemma Wilkins, who works in the Department with Public Works, I think they're managing about $1 million of grants right now.
Yeah.
And then from year to year, high school project was almost a $3 million grant. The wastewater treatment plant was a $3 million grant. So that's a good, nice, odd number, but.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's obviously gonna always be, cause like it depends on, you're competing for grants and it depends on how many grants you get that it fluctuates, but I appreciate that number and kudos to all of you for getting that because that's money that we're getting that helps out the city actually save, so we're not spending it from our own. But anyway, my other question is looking at the salaries and looking at community development director, planning, these are really low salaries in my view, and I'm just wondering.
Don't let Greg hear you say that.
Sorry, no, and just because I feel like, and I understand, but just to be competitive, it's just kind of a shocker to me. That those salaries are quite low.
So I will say, we did our class and classification and compensation study. So most of ComDev is GMAA, and we just did that one. And one of the things that we found in that is that our lows are on the low side. Thank you so much. We can close the windows now, probably, if we really want to.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Jill, for
The lows
being
are-
getting this done.
The
Sorry.
lows are low. The highs, the mids and the highs were pretty much on par with other communities, but we're in negotiations now with GMAA and now we're gonna take the next steps. So
Okay.
hopefully right sizing some of that.
Sure, and I hope no one took any offense to that question or anything.
We just love our job so much, right?
And I commend everyone for doing public service anyway, so thank you.
Councilor Worthing.
Just a couple quick questions. First, your department is probably doing more now than ever with the 3A issues and comprehensive planning issues and all the developments happening in the city. So thank you. Keep up the good work. All the salaries, you said you hired a public director. I'm guessing that's for the 112 number, like is that been resolved?
We budgeted low, I think that
So if
came
we
in
have
a
a
little bit.
vacancy, I always budget them in the middle of the wage scale. So if there's 15 steps, I usually put them at 7 or 8.
And I don't know off the top of my head, but it's close.
And the other thing to recognize is at the time of the preparation of the budget, there wasn't a higher offer letter yet, so it's a portion of the year as well.
But community development director makes less than city planner? Is that?
Depending on where they come in and what kind of experience. Our city planner has been with the city for 20 years, so.
So. Your economic development director, 50%. Is it because you don't expect to hire someone for 50% of the year, or is it kind of other?
Combination, again, when at the time of prepping the budget, we didn't have a community development director, so I feel strongly that people shouldn't hire their own teams. So we knew we needed to get a community development director in first, knowing then that we eventually we want them to make their choice on the economic development position. I think we have the one-man show situation that we were in, I don't think was benefiting our community per se. So we really want to take a look at, do we want to divvy that job up a little bit? Do we want more hands on deck? Do we want someone who's a couple more specialty people than somebody who's, handling everything from commercial real estate to tourism to fisheries to. So just giving them some wiggle room and some time to make that choice.
So the 50% was just a placeholder, really, because you don't know what you're gonna end up with. Okay. I was gonna say, because if that meant that position was 100%, that would be 114, making more than the director, community development director on part of the plan. There's sort of a.
It is very close. I
hierarchy.
mean, I think if I remember right from being in that position,
There
they're
would have
only
been
one
parity
grade
with
apart.
the economic development director.
Yeah, planning and economic are the same. I think
Yep.
they're currently 9s and community development is a 10.
When you mean great, so are these union positions
Yeah.
then?
Community
They're-
development director is not, they're a
Okay.
non-union
They're
employee,
non-union
but they
employee.
follow the union
Okay.
scale.
Okay, they follow the union scale, and so just so we clarify, like, who is the department head? Is it the community development director or is it the planning director? So just for my own edification, I'm brand new here, pardon my ignorance.
Community development director.
Okay.
And the last question, if I could, purchase services, I think this. So first, I appreciate that you came with 100,000 and then the mayor's office said, come back with a little lower number at 75. But $75,000 compared to the 30,000 that's been spent so far, or the 613 spent 2023 is actually a big number. And is that, I didn't use ARPA funds for the community, for the comprehensive plan.
We've done a lot of the projects through, those most recent projects through ARPA funding.
So I just wondered if 75,000, unless there's other services, obviously I don't know what the services are. But, $613, 30,000, it's actually jumped to 75, I think.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a matter of what comes through the year. There are some grants that have an absolute, you're gonna be a 25% matching grant. There are others that we've successfully received without any match. I think it's a good number. I mean, we typically have 2 to 3 projects that are running in parallel at all times and ranging usually around 100 grand. So that's a pretty good number.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see it going back further, because I'm looking at that thinking that's not possible, because we would.
613's not right.
That's not right. I was like, there's no way.
No, it's 45,952, 23.
All right, so I retract that, I didn't have that information.
Sorry, and because I was thinking, there's no way that's right, and in the past, the seafood show support amount of there, so it just gives the department the agility, able to be a little bit more agile.
Okay, appreciate that, I did 613.
Yeah, I saw too, it was like.
I was surprised at that number too.
Good job.
I know, right?
Anybody want to own these numbers?
Mr. Munis.
Oh, yes.
That is a weird.
No, the 613, that was the last expense. 613, 23. Yeah, it's the last expense. So, yeah, it's off, unless it's just picked up, like, for one period.
Any further questions? Seeing none?
It's good, 24, 72,000.
So Community Development Department, page 1, the committee recommendation, Budget and Finance moves to recommend the City Council approve for fiscal year 2025 appropriations for community development as follows. Personal services, $652,673. Ordinary maintenance, $93,100 for a departmental total. Community development of $745,773. And I so move.
Second.
It's been well seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. And then we want to go to grants and tourism,
Just tourism.
which is
It's
83.
age 83.
Okay. Thank you very much.
talk about level seven service and level five.
Zero.
No, this is way off historical. What can you tell us about how this department's being?
Yeah, so mostly, it's the, folks that, staff the visitor center. In the first line item on salaries. And then this is, the funding that supports Discover Gloucester. The other, there's kind of small amounts of, operational support for, the Harbortown Cultural District, the Rocky Neck Cultural District, and the Committee for the Arts. And then there's some, support for, events as well. So they're pretty much the same allocations each year for those, smaller folks to kind of organize and conduct their activities. And the biggest, portion of the funding is what, goes to Discover Gloucester.
And these items in the city's budget are in addition to clearly the state grants that we get that help underwrite various harbor towns.
Correct. And previously, I haven't written one in a while, but previously they did have a small matching amount, so we would always, and it, we would basically put all of it towards, and into our grant application saying the city supports the cultural districts in this way when we make the ask for their support.
One quick question, Andy.
I'm sorry?
Discover Gloucester, $100,000. Thought I saw, and I could be mistaken, a different amount of money coming ARPA or other funds for this to fund Discover Gloucester.
Discover Gloucester is one of the community organizations who received a grant through ARPA. They
Separately from the city or from the city?
From the city. ARPA, we did, it's like 13 community organizations who received funding. I believe Discover Gloucester's was $25,000 for a downtown marketing plan, which we're working in conjunction with them also on the wayfinding project that's coming out of community development right now.
Question.
Councilor Gross.
Also on Discover Gloucester, do you guys have a breakdown on what that $100,000 they spend it on? Do they give you?
So as community development director, sorry, Greg, I'm kind of stealing your thunder here.
No, I don't have any
I have all-
frame of reference for this one for this year, so.
So as community development director, the community development director sits on the board, as well as a member, an appointee of the mayor, so that's Pam Toby from our office. One of the first things Kenny asked me to do as community development director was to get on their finance board.
Yep.
And which I did. So typically, and you can, you can always ask to take a look at their budget, but typically that 100,000 between, is funds, salaries, and then a portion of the visitor guide. And then so it keeps them going. I will say that they've increased their revenues in their visitor guide. So that's helpful.
Through advertisements.
Through advertisements, but I will say, and I've continued to say this, I went back and forth with the previous administration often, that increasing they did come to us, to the city, the mayor's office for a significant increase in funding this year. Obviously, with the current situation, unfortunately, I don't know if Tessa's actually been told no yet, but she will after this. We weren't able to do so, but it is particularly challenging for them to raise additional funds for that budget because it's marketing, right? And they're marketing the businesses of Gloucester, so how many different times can you ask the same 300 businesses for advertising, right? So they're in a challenging situation and trying to raise revenues, but they're pretty creative about it and they're doing a really good job of working one-on-one with some of the events. Like they are the marketing arm of like the Sweden Festival at this point, I think. So they're definitely thinking creatively about how to increase their revenues over time. And this year will not be from the city of Gloucester.
Any other tourism related questions? Seeing none? Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2025 appropriations for Tourism Commission as follows. Personal services, $21,500, ordinary maintenance, $130,000 for a departmental total of $151,500, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Hopefully I'm getting you back on schedule.
We're pretty close.
You're not holding us out, Greg. Let's put it that way.
I just want to
And now
say,
you have air conditioning.
just in the record, the last meeting, regarding 3A was literally the best so far. And it was night and day when you have someone who we thought was gonna be bombastic with your photos, come and say, this makes sense now. It's like, wow. So it was very well done.
One at a
Kudos to
time.
your- Kudos to your department and to Jane.
Thank you.
Who was that one?
I also,
We're on,
and for the record, I will say that was one of the most civil public forums that I've seen, not just locally, but just witnessing, like, that's an example of how to run a public meeting. So thank you for that, and I'm,
Right,
and
sell that, of course.
It was successful, hopefully we can build on that.
Page 12, everybody.
Yes.
Treasurer, right?
We're doing treasurer.
The harbor master's next.
No, we're not doing treasurer at all.
Well, we're gonna do that with whatever time we have. I told, because we're so far behind.
Okay.
told them.
So you said who?
So John
Harbor
and Donna.
master, tab 5 at the end of it.
At least we're gonna want to, maybe not, treasurer revenues.
Treasurer, whatever,
Yeah.
like all that stuff. That way we get people here on the day. We're committed either way. so.
Green tab, last public voted.
Thanks, boss.
Thank you, Tony.
And I just told them to come on down. I saw Donna walk in, so.
The first part is all about excise.
Whole thing, right?
Tony, you're still wearing a different hat today.
Any changes?
Don't know where they.
Yes, there's a major
There's
change.
some, yeah, we really should.
A
make the-
major
the-
change.
492.
We need water waste revenue in here too.
Yes.
First page, that's one of the best ones. Yeah.
Still one more.
Oh, yeah.
These are things. Thanks.
No.
What page is that in the revenue?
Get down here.
21.
We're ready.
It's 13.
Yeah. That's one for
And they'll cover shellfish too.
they'll cover the shellfish.
But, yeah.
Green crabs,
Green.
zebra mussels.
I will accuse.
Time machine.
Why?
My dad is a shellfish.
I don't.
Just kidding, I'm just kidding.
I'm being funny. If you have a good source of soft shell clams.
I do, well, we have many, we have clams all the time.
It came in 23.
It was fun. Are we being recorded?
Yes.
I mean, so be careful what I'm saying.
Deborah Kelsey, former chief library director, grew up in Essex.
C24.
She was Debbie's clam.
Orientation.
Debbie the clam, no, my dad's been a clammer for,
Easy to do some collections.
But your name's not Lane.
When.
so, yeah, so, my dad's mother's name is
You
Lane.
guys are over there.
And then the Jacobs in West Gloucester, that a big friend,
You
that's
guys
my
don't even
dad's
have anybody else.
first cousin.
John forgot his glass.
John forgot his glasses.
So you're gonna
Chuck John.
Listen, I gotta get your ace somewhere.
Thank you for getting the.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So Donna, you run this department now, is that the word?
No way. No way, no how.
John, how we doing?
We're doing great. We're up and running with, 99%. All the boats are in the water. We started the launch service a little early this year, so they've already had runs. We have patrols out already. We're doing good. Everything's up and running. Got a
We got
few
a big
more,
project going on right now with the. I just started a post a couple days ago about
The boring.
boring.
all done. Today was last day. So canal's all wide open.
Nice.
Guys, let's hear about your budget.
Do that.
It's not his first time, right?
This is a much smaller budget than Johnny's to present.
Baby budget. we've had the initial budget had some, work to do on it. Connor and Jill and myself all worked on it, and Donna. We're submitting a balanced budget. We've made some increases in revenue with just minor ones you'll see on page one. Just the launch fees, we think are going to increase this year. Transient moorings, we feel will increase somewhat this year. The excise tax,
Just for Dylan's benefit, the negatives on the revenue side reflect income.
Yeah, no, I knew that, but I'm glad you said it again, because then folks at home who are gonna read this.
we gave the mooring revenue, the permanent mooring revenue, a little bump, just a couple grand. As you can see, the new dockage that the Waterways Board and the council passed last year. It's like a $13,000 bump for St. Peter's and 12,000 bump for I-4C2. A small bump in fines collected. We've lowered the amount of stabilization fund from, well, we call it, I guess they call it reserve funds here, but stabilization fund to me, it's the reserve. They had originally budgeted 44,000, we lowered that down to 25, so that's the only one-time money that we're using. The general stabilization fund had been given $50,000 for the last several years. That stopped this year. So we have total revenues of 593,712. Personal services, we've done a little bit of work with, we've taken 15% of the harbor master's position and put it under the shellfish. We've taken 50% of the admin budget, put that under the shellfish. Salaries went up a little bit this year, about 6%, 5%, I mean, $6,000 or $7,000. Total, they got like $1 an hour raise, the launch operators and the harbor masters. The rest on page 3 is all pretty fixed. It's health insurance, life insurance, medical insurance.
Why does your insurance show up as line items?
Enterprise. Enterprise fund.
Because it's an enterprise.
Fully
fund.
self-funded.
Yes,
That's all the clarification.
you can take it over.
Nope.
I didn't volunteer. I
The first aid, we have 1,500 in there. Hopefully next year you'll see a decrease in that. We're gonna train 3 people in doing our own first aid.
I think what I'm looking at and what we're looking at aren't the same.
He's looking at a different pack. You're gonna be back at page 1. This is page 1 of the expenses, this is page 3.
You said page 3 and I'm looking at it off.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all still on page 1.
Page
We're
1 of
on
the
page-
expenses, so you're in the next section.
Page 2, no,
Yeah.
of the expenses. Usually that's just revenue.
Yeah, I'm so McCarthy never would have
There you
said this general fund could pick up.
You're
I remember certain counselors sat on BNF.
You're right. Many hats.
absolutely right. So our total waterways personnel is 337, 388. Then we're gonna go into waterways ordinary maintenance. There's like $1,000 decrease in the vehicles. We got 1 new vehicle, which should be a little less, which trying to take little bites where we can, trying to save a little money. Second launch. Into that yet? No. The repair and maintenance on boats, we lowered down $5,000 with the new launch and the new safe boat. Thought we could save a little bit of money there.
Everybody cross your fingers right now.
Yes, exactly.
They are boats, so nothing goes down.
There are holes in the water that we pour something into.
Rent is a fixed expense that you can't, well, it's at least, supplies we went up a little bit on because everything's going up. If you go to the,
Just stopping there on the rent, is that fixed in, what's the term of the lease with National Grid?
It's long, I'm not gonna remember this off the top of my head, but it's 50 years when we.
Or
did-
it's 30 with 210.
With 210,
10.
because we had to prove when we did this building that the life of the improvements was longer, would outlast at least, or last as long, if not longer than the lease.
And the lease does index, increases over by year.
I don't know the lease inside and out.
Yeah.
I think it went up 2,000 this year.
And so Tony probably knows that lease better than, that's
So
right.
Ralph did
Yeah,
Actually, it went up 1,400 this year.
self-manage that.
We lowered, we cut a little gas money. We're hoping that works out. If not, we'll have to transfer some money back in. That'll, a lot of this is with this, waterways is weather dependent and we, like I said, we're trying to provide a balanced budget, so we'll cut a little bit where we can to try to get to that. Again, we cut in-state travel down, cut that in half, saved $1,000 there. So the total waterways ordinary maintenance is 242,650. There's no capital outlay this year. There is a waterway debt service. Honor has arranged to only pay interest this year for the new launch. The new launch, I think, was over $300,000 last year. But there will be a payment of $27,000 for the next 15 years starting next year.
That's
the first one.
No, the second one, first one was 113.
That's not the figure they gave me, but
Offset by the grant or with the other boat? It wasn't 300 grand. You know that.
whatever it was, it's gonna be 27 grand for the next
exactly.
15 years.
Oh, that may be by the time it gets paid off. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. By the time it gets.
Oh, I don't,
Right this year.
that was the figure that was given to me.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah, interest only this year.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, all right.
So it's total revenue versus total expense of 593, 712 and 593, 712.
Councilors, questions? Council Worthley.
Again, thanks, John, for stepping up. I think there's nothing we can't do, so I'm impressed and happy to see you in. You said, and just to be how I understood it, you said slight increase in fees. Were you saying that the Waterways Board is recommending an increase in fees, or that you just expect more revenue from existing fees?
Well, it's been. Do you
There
want to
was an
explain it?
increase in rents at I4C in St. Peters last year.
Yeah, I know.
So that one, you know, is showing up in the
A
budget
modest
this year.
increase.
Yeah, and then you guys voted on the last round, which is trying to change up the launch season pass and how money's, you know, transacted on the launches. So there's a $2 increase in the day pass. Season passes stay
Well, if they
the
buy the
same.
book.
Right, if they buy the book. We're trying to get rid of the exchange of cash on the boats and let the launch operators drive launches. So people have the ability to buy a 20 ticket book for the season. They can replace it. And you know what, in that survey that we sent out, you know, what's happening is somebody has a pass, but their crew isn't with them. And so this way people can just, you know, captains can hand out books, use the tickets for anyone they want to use them for, and the launch operators are just collecting a ticket.
And people,
And
can
that-
they purchase them online or?
They're sitting right over there.
Okay.
I was away when they got printed and sent
Okay.
over here, but the launch operators in the season have them. Leslie has them.
Okay.
There is an online application, so any which way you can get one. Yeah.
Okay,
We had
yeah,
one-
no, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No worries. So there's a built-in increase, and we just extrapolated the number of rides last year and the number of season passes that were purchased and didn't, you know, a best guesstimate on what we'll bring in this year.
The other question I have is on boat excise tax. I understand this, like, you collect some in 1 year, it took me a little while to get oriented to this.
Okay, what it is people that don't pay, you'll see it boat 1, boat 2, boat 3.
Yeah.
It's people that they're collecting the following year because they were delinquent in paying.
And then who sets excise rates, boat excise rate?
It would be the state.
The state pays us this kind of too.
We collect.
We collect it.
We collect it and we get it back to the
Right,
state.
but the state tells us who is moored in the state.
They do the billing, and then we send
Right.
deputy collector.
Yes, that doesn't have to be a Gloucester resident, you tell your boat up, you come in here, that Cambridge, you pay Gloucester.
Really?
Yeah, if you're here for more than 60 days.
60 days, the excise tax goes to the community where you're born.
Correct.
Interesting. And we have no, there's no local tax, that's a state, it's all state, okay. I just remember seeing something like boat length. Rates, that's all.
It's moorings. Moorings is by the foot.
Moorings, the marina.
Marinas are by the size.
Just for my own edification, how many moorings do we have out in our harbor?
1,300, I think,
Okay.
regular, and I think we have. Tony might actually know more than me on the transients. I think we have 50 or 60 now, 40,
No,
50.
I think it's 30.
There's a bunch out in southeast, there's a bunch right off the fish pier, there's a couple in.
And they were adding, and I kept.
I think it might be between 30 and 40
Yeah,
right now.
that's probably a much more accurate thing to say it's our 30, yeah. Yeah, between 30 and 40. It's more than 30.
Separate from the Eastern Point Yacht Club's field.
Correct. They're part of the 1,300.
I heard we were offered the Manchester Magnolia field, we don't want it apparently, I don't know.
No, we don't want it. That's a waterways board decision. One of the things we've been working really hard on is.
It's flip flopped over the years and there's no real great access and it's a very, very unprotected harbor to begin with.
Thank you.
Exposed to like rising sea levels, et cetera.
Wind and waves,
Wind and
storms.
waves, yeah, storms and, yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yep. Pardon my ignorance there.
No, no.
And most of the area there is in Manchester waters. There's very little Gloucester.
There's a good reason they're trying to hand it off.
I was gonna
so,
say, there's a
yeah.
reason why they're trying to get rid of it.
If it was a revenue maker, they wouldn't be.
They wouldn't be trying to get rid of it.
Are there any other questions?
Good luck this year.
Really, we need luck with this budget.
Well,
Why do you say that?
Do you see the difference between the prior year?
Well,
Is
there's
any
one
other
big
department
piece.
going down?
It's a big piece.
Yeah.
You're not alone.
Well, it's two big pieces.
Not like.
The 50 grand and the.
The stabilization fund that's not coming this year is $50,000. That's,
It's a big piece.
about 8% of the budget. And there was a revenue mistake made last year that we were gonna inherit this year. It's a one-time problem.
It doesn't come back again, right?
No.
But thank you.
So.
I don't know.
I'll just say comment. Please.
I just want a comment, thank you, for presenting this and thank you for all the work that you're doing on the waterways board and for what you've, temporarily inherited. Thank you for that and thank you for your continued service to our city in so many roles. Thank you.
John started his city service on a lot of ways.
I did. Tell you how many years
Thinking
ago.
about staying.
Couple years. Couple years.
Full circle.
You met my wife?
Just don't ask him to plow snow in the winter. I think that's the one thing he might say no to me.
Well, you don't know until you try.
You had to get here from where we'll be.
All right. Now, relating to Waterways Enterprise Fund, the Budget and Finance Committee recommends the City Council approve the fiscal year 2025 Waterways Enterprise appropriations as follows. Personal services, $337,388. Ordinary maintenance, $242,650. And debt service, OSU, of $15,674 for a departmental total. Waterways Enterprise appropriations of $593,712. And I so move.
Second.
Further discussion, questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. And on the flip side, we have the Waterways Enterprise Revenues account. And Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2025 Waterways Enterprise revenues as follows. Total departmental revenues, $593,712. Total the same. Thank you. All those in favor? Motion made.
Second,
Second.
just one quick question. The 2024 actual So you're gonna be lower, but I'm guessing this is the time of year we get a lot of.
Right.
Right, okay. So I'm good.
Good question. Motion been made and seconded. And any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, John. Thank you, Donna.
Shellfish,
Shellfish, is that a one person or a 2-person department?
We're working on it.
But we do have an official,
Don't know if we have a signature yet.
okay. Well, then we'll confirm that.
We have interviewed and we have offered the position out for the shellfish constable, and as soon as that's signed, sealed, and delivered, we will post the deputy shellfish constable.
Shellfish is on page 54, back to tab 2.
Email looked it over. Usually in May, no. Email looked it over.
Page 54, department.
Are you cold now?
Now I'm cold. We all are.
We'll save some money if we should AC on.
What's that?
We'll save some money if we should AC on.
Department 296.
Does this AC cost to my waterways?
No, we
No, we
do.
pay the electric bill.
No, we pay the electric. Yeah.
Save some money.
Unless you wanna take that one, Joe.
Which one? Shellfish?
Just the electric.
Nope, nope. Like I said,
Good try.
Counselor McCarthy would not approve.
Many hats, many perspectives. So tell us about where we're at then in the
Okay.
shellfish department.
The shellfish is pretty much a level service funded budget. The only thing you've heard me bring up in the waterways budget, waterways enterprise fund budget, was that we were taking 15% of the Harbor master's salary and putting it under shellfish because he does manage that department, and that will give the waterways enterprise fund a little bit of breathing room. We also are taking 50% of the clerical administrative salary, putting that in the shellfish account, shellfish budget. So that's the only thing we've changed on the budget. I don't think there's any other changes in that budget. It would be a total expense budget of $206,711.
And just to clarify for you, Counselor, that's new this year. My understanding was, I think it was the intention in the past when we knew when this building came online, there was gonna be additional general fund support needed for the building, so that's the administrative piece. And same with shellfish. I think John was handling it in a different way through moving money around, but this just felt more transparent.
Yeah, I think out of the $50,000 was position.
That's what I think. So this just felt more transparent and brings the enterprise fund back to being more of a true enterprise without support from the general.
Would it make sense not this year, but to have shellfish under shellfish department under waterways?
They don't bring money in.
Can't be in the enterprise.
Can't cost money if you're not gonna bring in money.
It's supervised by the harbor master, comes under that department head, but it's not, it's a separate budget because it's not a part of the enterprise.
Not business, I got it. Okay.
And something like the grant for the green heads, for the green crab trapping is a separate matter that
That's administered by the shellfish department.
is not part of the operation.
We haven't got that grant finalized.
Does that money
yet.
gets paid out to the?
To a private vendor.
Goes straight to the, well, it goes, I mean, we accept it and then they invoice us, Kenny and I just did this the other day, and goes out to the people who travel. But it's not, again, it's not revenue
None of
in the
these
grants.
budgets, you're not gonna see any of that in here. All the way you're gonna see it is acceptance of the grant.
That's another money in, money out.
You got it. It's another special revenue fund.
Small,
It's special.
So the large part of this increase is like because we're putting the harbor master, part of harbor master salary into this.
That's it, yep.
And the clerical piece.
And the clerical piece.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Any other council questions? Dylan?
We're just on salary though right now, right? Are we,
do
did you
it.
speak about ordinary maintenance?
Absolutely.
Okay. Just, yeah, so just a couple of, first I will just say, I have a close relative who is a shell fisherman, so I just want that to be into the record. Just so you know, so the shellfish wardens, do they go out? So that they're going out and they're going out there so often. Are they going out every day, like every day, are they going out, so 7 days a week, or right now, how are they
Ideally,
doing?
they are out there every day.
Yeah,
We're trying to find, the girl filling in, Rebecca Bisnick, has been, I think she said 3 days off since, January.
Yeah.
So it's a requirement, or we could lose the shellfish industry, that we have people out there testing the water,
Yeah.
testing the product. Or not really testing clams, but they're testing the environment around.
yes,
the
yeah, if there's
clams.
rain closures and stuff
Rain
like
closures,
that.
and I'll tell you the truth, I thought, well, rain closure, it's gonna be easier, and when I got here, she explained to me it's more difficult because you really have to be out there and very vigilant that nobody is digging the clams and getting poisoned, so it's actually worse when you have the rain closures.
Yep.
That's why we're trying to bring this department up to speed with 2 full-time people.
And I know there's been, and then, so you're looking to hire someone to fill the temporary position for that Rebecca is filling, correct? But
That's already been done,
That's-
it's been interviewed.
okay,
The job's been offered.
okay,
I haven't heard, it's happening today, I haven't heard there's a signature out yet, so I can't tell you the exact mechanics of it.
yeah,
But we will be very soonly advertising the second job.
the second job will be advertised in, okay, okay. Just to go through like, so just, I'm looking through like the maintenance line. Just quickly. Travel related expenses, what would travel related, like for if they're going to a training?
She has a lot of training,
Yeah,
there's a lot of training that goes with this.
Yes.
Any training, like if we have to train the new shellfish warden, there's only one training in the state, it's down Cape Cod. It's a 3-day or a 5-day training, so we would have to send them down there for 5 days.
And stay down there,
And stay
yeah.
down, yeah. Like I say, that's why you don't always see it spent, and when it doesn't get spent, it falls, in this budget, it falls back to free cash.
Free cash, okay.
Does the city have any obligation financially or on the individual harvesters to, for upkeep of the rinsing station up on the line?
I don't even know if that's still running.
Is it still open or not?
I got a feeling that's not.
I haven't heard anything about that in years.
It's not, but I don't.
And if it's not, I mean, that was considered to be a sort of crunch point for the industry.
I didn't even know there was. As by.
It has nothing to do with
Yes.
this.
Okay.
I don't think there is one, to be honest, I don't know, no, there hasn't been for you since.
Another thing, consideration is that this is the 7-day a week. And a lot of the, well, not necessarily so much commercial, but there's also the recreational flavors, and there's, you know, a lot of work that has to be done on wing issue. You know, they'll come every day and I'll take myself, you know, a couple of buckets and they're not licensed. But no, sorry, you gotta take them back. So it is, this, the 7-day a week job. And
There's a lot more to this than you would think. NOAA has really chipped in from a federal level. I had a meeting down at NOAA for a few hours last week. They're very concerned about pollution. We're gonna be going through an FDA audit in August. We're gonna have to actually start some new practices within the harbor master's office of logging people that are staying on their boats overnight. And if we don't do this kind of stuff, we're gonna lose the industry. The feds will come in and shut this industry down.
Because that's quite, when you say that, that's quite a scare for a lot of people that work in this industry. And it's really a part of our tourism industry, clamming, people come here for clams, et cetera. So, what can we do? I don't want to go completely off topic, to make sure that that does not happen. Because I know that
We're doing it.
and you are doing it. I know you are doing it.
Compliance,
Yeah, It's compliance, it's compliance.
I just got an email yesterday that there were 5 things on a bucket list that they want done. One is a dedicated hotline to report that they're staying overnight on a boat. The feds are coming in and starting to audit this, and a lot of it has to do with the FDA. And putting out a good food product, so.
Yeah. is to keep, well, thank you for that, and to keep this industry alive is
So if you
critical.
see anybody staying on their boats overnight, call the hotline.
No,
This
they're
was,
supposed to be the
this,
one to
this,
call.
re-
It's
yeah,
supposed to call,
Yeah.
but we've also had to,
Whistleblower.
we've also had to bring it into
Just
our
wait.
protocol, keeping a log of when the harbor master sees them on the boat. So our patrols run in the summer up to 10 o'clock at night, so.
Is that just clamors on the boat or anybody's?
No, this is
It's about
about
the
pollution.
This is pollution boats that can be, any boat that has the.
Potentially
the berthing-
discharging.
That has the berthing capacity for overnight stay.
And there are 30 moorings within the Esquam River that are already identified by the federal government, believe it or not. I found out last week, so we're gonna send them out a letter saying that they have to notify us if they're staying overnight. A lot of this is a compliance issue, so.
It's not just the houseboats, it's like, you'll see a 30-foot sailboat or a 26-foot sailboat. That boat counts.
Right, if they have an MSD on there, they have to, they're counted.
That's it.
Are there other critters that are harvested for food purposes, whether they're periwinkles or razor clams or mussels that fall into the jurisdiction?
Well, razors had come into this, I'm not sure about mussels. Mussels have been exempt from a lot of the problem because they're not in the sand, they grow on rocks and they're in the tidal. This is contaminants that are getting into the sand area and that's, or the mud area, and that's what they worry about.
And
the most.
periwinkles? I've seen people down harvesting periwinkles on the
Yeah.
rocks.
I think they're not in the sand either, because they
Yeah.
are on the reeds.
Okay.
So it probably is the same exemption as mussels.
Has there been any discussion to try to, with
We don't have
this-
a commercial fishery for shelf, for mussels or for periwinkles.
Understood.
is to try to, when you're talking about pollution and we're talking about keeping this industry alive, expand, like getting some of the flats that have been closed because of pollution, open those flats up? Has there been anything within this line within these lines to try to support that, to expand the industry, if that makes sense?
That's continually monitored by several agencies. And I think they're working on that all the time. They're reseeding different areas and, I've come up to speed on a lot of this, but I'm no expert in periwinkles and.
Yeah, I'm not thinking, I wasn't talking specifically about periwinkles or mussels, but yes.
Well, and the Shellfish Advisory Board is, is well appointed. I think they just appointed someone new the other day, so, and our team, Rebecca, they work very closely with the advisors.
Yeah.
We've had, if you've noticed, like the mud floats, any new float is, has to be on stilts now, on the low tide, so they don't crush the deep. We're working with Waterways, well, she doesn't know it yet, but we're working with them. Shellfish Advisory last night met in mud moorings. We're gonna wanna have our shellfish person go out and determine whether a boat is gonna damage any viable flats.
Okay.
If it does, we're not gonna issue mud moorings anymore, if the Waterways Board passes that.
That's good. This is a critical industry, so thank you.
All right.
Department 296, Shellfish Control, Budget and Finance moves to recommend the City Council approve fiscal year 2025 appropriations for shellfish control as follows: personal services, $181,611. Veterinary maintenance, $25,900 for a departmental total. Shellfish control of $206,711. I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Are there any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
You're all done.
Call you council.
Well, you're just beginning.
I'd like to make a motion to, you want to make a motion to adjourn this committee of the whole?
Second. Okay.
I guess I made.
Oh, I guess you said want to make the, okay, well, I can make the motion, but you seem to have done that, so.
Yeah. So anybody online? We're not done?
I'm done. I have a hard stop.
Yeah, I know, we're done. Big enough to.
Is Greg coming or we're not? The mayor's budget?
Oh, no, I'll do names. Budget, if you want to do that, probably what time is it?
It's 3:21.
I mean, mayor's budget's pretty easy if you want to do it.
What?
Don't talk to me about it.
No motion to adjourn.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Donna.
Hey, Val.
Bill.
How are you? Good to see you.
Thank you
Thanks
both.
for all your hard work.
So Department 121 is executive, city mayor.
Page 3.
And our budget will take those 9 months, not even, so salaries, as same as we've asked across the board. Just contractual increases for steps. For step increases, and in the executive side, or in the ordinary maintenance side, the only increase you will see is in the contingency emergency. This is one, for those who've been on BNF a long time, this is where we traditionally put the contingency for the salary negotiations we are in. And so this year we are currently negotiating with GMAA. So we'll see, we need to have a contingency depending on where those negotiations are.
So I see, just quickly, summer intern, it says 5,000, did they get like a stipend, is it like they get a stipend for doing it?
Yes, if,
Okay.
and it depends on how much they're available. So last year, I think we started, I think we had someone almost full-time, so it all depends on what.
It all depends,
Yeah,
okay,
on what we are able to.
not to be nitpicky, I.
No, that's okay,
apologize.
no, and it's usually Pam Toby who really runs with that one, because constituent services and communications together can be a bit overwhelming, as I think your team,
Oh.
if Beverly knows.
Yes, and I can attest to working with Pam on a lot of constituent stuff so far, and no, she's doing a great job, so.
I have one question on one line. On the contingency emergency, I understand staff.
Yeah.
And you don't know what that's gonna.
We have no idea.
And when it's exactly going, right? The only question is, 2023, I don't see what was budgeted, but there's 35,000 spent. 2024, we budgeted 75. And spent half of that. Is that a pattern? We budget
So
half
you
and-
would see if you went back further, so the first year that the mayor was in and I was in this position, we were negotiating with the police, so it was significantly higher, right? Because we had 200, yeah, so when we're, and then I think we did 5 that year. Anyway, so sometimes it'll be huge, sometimes it'll be small.
Please, all I see is just the budget amount and then they spent about 50%, so is that a?
Well, remember, it would be moved out of here
You won't
Yeah.
see it
into the appropriate salary into that
So,
department.
transferred.
So you're
If
not
I
gonna
could,
see
fiscal
that.
23, it was originally 329.
Yeah.
971, and then 281,000 was transferred out for contractual.
I'm sorry, 2023 budgeted was.
Over 300.
Yeah, it was over 300 in fiscal year 23, the original, and then we transferred out 280,000 during this, yeah.
Got
to
it,
different departments, so to different budgets.
thanks.
Listen, when I took the job, I thought this was gonna, this was the mayor's office, you're the mayor's office, you have a contingency line, no, you don't. No, you don't, it all leaves.
Sure.
So this is like used for like union negotiations. Do you hire like outside counsel, do you hire outside counsel to come in or?
Nope, we negotiate.
Okay. So no, there's no outside counsel that comes in and helps with negotiations.
No, but
Okay.
it's typically, our council, HR, finance.
Okay.
At least in my time being.
Yeah. I'm just, yeah, no.
Yeah, I don't know what they did before, but.
Yeah, okay.
Any other councilor questions? As you say, it is what it
It
is.
is what it is. I've also learned we get what's left, so we don't get much at the end of the day.
And if there was anything else, they'd be coming back to you to hit you up for it.
Exactly.
So the Budget and Finance Committee would move to recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2025 appropriation for the executive / city mayor as follows. Personal services, $408,157. Ordinary maintenance, $174,500. For a total appropriation of $582,657. And I so move.
Second.
One follow-up question, why does your intern get paid, but legal's intern doesn't?
We're actually working on that across the board because, and we can sometimes fund them from different areas because sometimes some programs pay, so like Northeastern Law School, I know I had a lot of interns whenever the state has from that law school, they do it as part of their part of the program, so
It's a co-op.
the co-op program, so it kind of depends, but I will say my experience, particularly under Donna Leeds' leadership and HR, is that really to make the internship valuable for both the office and the intern, there should be some money associated with it, so. we're working on, but sometimes we're able to, like I said, access it from other areas. It's great when the people who are sending the intern can pay for the intern.
And
That's
when
the
you-
goal.
And when you pay the intern, is it paid like that 5, just for example?
I'm not, I
five-
don't think I know the answer to the
Yes,
question, but where
okay,
you're
you
going.
know where I'm going, yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, is it paid in lump
I
sum?
don't know that
Yeah,
answer.
you knew,
Sorry.
you got what I was gonna come to.
Yeah.
So thank you.
So we want to adjourn at this time? And
Did you make the motion?
Can you, yeah, go ahead.
No, I didn't hear, I didn't know, did they vote? Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, community preservation.
do you want to talk about them too?
Sure.
And he's like, I got 15 more minutes. Thank you, no, thank you guys. Anybody wants to head over to the last boys varsity lacrosse game, senior night, look out, all the good stuff. We'll be there.
Community preservation.
Good luck to your son.
Thank you.
Page
Yeah, good luck.
11.
Good luck to your son too, and
Thank
you as
you.
coach.
Yes,
Community
thank you.
preservation. And where is it?
Not in the budget?
Kenny?
It's tab 4.
And I don't mention another.
Community preservation.
I'm gonna leave that. No.
I think I was when it first came on, board, when the budget first came on, I developed the budget, so.
Yeah.
I guess I did such a good job, and I guess I kept putting it together,
Okay.
but I'm more than gladly to give it
No,
to
it's yours.
whoever would like to take it, Connor, or, you know.
It's a theme in the city, once you do a good job, something new. I'm gonna be passing back Brian, because it's cheap.
Yeah, I
Be quiet.
think it's been 14 years now that I've put this budget together.
Okay.
But again, so this budget here, this is not the programs. This is just the revenues that come in that fund the programs. So the total revenue is 940,000. And then here's the breakdown. So the first account is the penalties and interest that the city collects. We're estimating 1,674. The biggest, revenue source is the surtax, the surcharge tax, which is the 1%. We're estimating 795,000 for fiscal year 25. And then the state match, and that's a tough one, because it's varied anywhere between, I think the lowest was 17%, all the way up to 50%. So I did see an email the other day, some information, because DOR doesn't usually like to provide guidance of what that match is. And I know our association, the Auditors Association, we typically like to ask DOR whenever at conferences or trainings. I did see information that it's going to be about 14%, but that's the initial amount. And actually, so this number here is actually, it's gonna be a little higher. But I think there's enough wiggle room here. I'm very conservative when we put these revenue projections together. So believe it or not, I am probably a little high on this number, but they could come back, I know. I know, well, I think that just shows how lean the match is, or it could potentially be this year.
Okay.
Because I didn't expect that it would be less than 17%. And I know that, over the years, and this is something I typically talk to the committee, and each time I talk to them, there's always a new community, opting into community preservation. So I know Medford, Boston, I know a lot of those larger communities have opted in. So the pot is just getting smaller and smaller.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
And why is that?
Because more communities are voting to participate.
Yeah.
Originally, they were very modest on it, and they gave an option of being 1%, 2%, or 3% of taxable income.
We should have run into that.
Well,
Yeah, so
it's not for us to say.
Right.
I remember when I was an outside auditor, I remember in 1999, it was a 1-to-1 match. I remember seeing that town of Sudbury. They'd collect $1 million, they would receive $1 million.
And they would spend 2 million.
You got it. And I don't see those days coming back.
You are, as Councilor Worley said, in a stronger position if you're at 2 or 3%, because you have a second and third round
Correct.
of funding, so that
Yes.
we compare ourselves to the town of Rockport, which has been from the start a 3% CPA community, and they have gotten remarkable resources from state grants and matches that they've been able to put into the town of Rockport.
You're correct, they've greatly benefited from the program. Absolutely.
But it requires the population and the homeowners to step up to agreeing to having that surcharge of the tax rate.
One question, please, on the revenue, if I could. Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
The 1% charge is that based on total evaluation or what we go up for on the tax levy, there's a percentage of that number?
My understanding, it's 1% of the tax levy, so it's like 1% of the tax bill.
They're factoring certain exemptions.
Correct.
So 1% of what we charge people, additional 1% this year. And so if everything else is going up 2.5 or more, I see 715, I'm sorry. Local CPA 24, budget is 715, revised 715, but we have for 809.
In fiscal year 24, correct.
Right. And the year's not over.
Right, but typically, as you know, we're quarterly, so I mean, this report here is May 6th, I mean, that May 1st tax bill, I'm assuming we collected the majority.
In 6 days, 5 days.
Yeah, because it's due on May 1st.
There's April 1st bill, right, to May 1st.
Right.
April
That's correct.
1st.
April 1st to May 1st.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I made sure we were.
But I just want to make sure that,
That's a fair assessment.
yeah, so the majority should be here.
Right, might be a little bit more, but
Yeah,
call it
there could
809,
be.
call it 809 for argument's sake. Then why would we expect less if our levy's going up?
Because I'm conservative, I'm also concerned about that state match, so that's why I say to you, yes, I'm a little high on the state match, but then again, that state match, they could come back and say something much less.
But the
So
state match
that's
is not
why,
in that number, that's just the levy, isn't it?
but I want you to know, so the budget here, it's not as meaningful as like the general fund budget. Or, because what
Because you're
happens
not
is,
protecting expenses until you know the applications come in.
Well, you also have to free cash certified before any actual outlays can be made.
yeah, so the only expenditures in this budget is the debt service, which you have the last year, you're paying City Hall. And you have the administrative expenses. You know, so you're not.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't, because when they're, so each year when I meet with the CPC, their first question they want to know is how much money they have. So when I'm telling them how much money they have or how much they're projecting, it's not based off this budget. It's based off what's in the account, what's in the fund. So if they collect more,
We collect more.
we collect more.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
going to give them that number, not the money that's left over here.
There's no
So-
decisions made based on this number.
No,
based at this
no,
point.
it's not as meaningful, so my only concern is that match. You know, if it's reasonable, and like I said, the offset is the taxes collected. So that's why, you know, and I have to fill the requirement with DOR, I have to make, other, the DOR and the outside audits, they're all happy. How this
Completely
is
understand.
budgeted, so
Thank you.
it's not as meaningful as you would,
I'm not gonna save money because we can't spend on anything.
you got
other
it,
than-
yeah.
Ken, did I hear you correctly? This is the last year of the city hall debt service?
Correct, and that's on the.
200,000.
That's on the expenditure side, correct. So, just quickly, so there's a 10% match, or a 10% minimum that we have to spend on open space recreation, which is that 94, so 940 is a total, 94,000 for open space recreation. So then on page 2, you'll see community housing, 94,000. And then you don't see historical, because we're already meeting that requirement with City Hall, with the debt service, but this will probably be the last year. So next year, in fiscal year 26, you'll start seeing that 10%, because we have to show that as a reserve, as the minimum, and we could always spend more.
So it's not an award per year, it's an expenditure per year.
It's
So if we
a-
count the debt service over whatever period of time, that counts towards that category.
Correct, yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so that's why we showed it as 0 for many years, because it counts towards the 10%, because it's greater. But unless we're planning on issuing more debt, anytime soon.
Connor's got it in his back pocket.
Yeah, So I don't see that happening, so in fiscal year 26, that category will pop up, so I'm letting you know now. So when you see it next year, oh yeah, that's right, you know, we need to now pick up that reserve, so the whole thing with the reserve, so. This is something I've told the committee, that reserve you can spend anytime. So let's say we go into the next fiscal year, they see a project that they would like to move forward. They have 94,000 that they can do right away. So sometimes there's off cycle, I've seen off cycle projects. So that is, I think that's what the reserve really is meant for, is for those off cycle projects. So if they see an off cycle project, it's about 50,000 or 25,000, that's what that 94 is meant for.
You're also saying though that, you know, following year, that debt service falls off, that historic preservation projects, they need to award at least one that gets the 10% number.
Correct.
If not, and they can go up to 80%, maybe 10 in each, in 3 categories, or 10%.
So
The reserve is 10%.
Yeah, so the reserve is 10%, and but the projects that come before you can be greater than the 10%. So all we're doing, yeah, you can aggregate it, so that so for a number of years, community housing, it was building up there. I know at one time, like community housing, it was over $500,000 at one time.
Very hard to spend.
Yeah, and as Councilor Memhard knows, if you remember, for a number of years, there was no projects for community housing. So that amount just kept accumulating, because it just rolls over year to year.
We collect interest on that money.
On what?
Money is rolling over year to year, we should have it in some how that.
Yes, well, it's not in a separate account, but we do estimate how much interest we would have collected, so that is in the revenues. So if you look at.
$2,000 carry.
Correct. Actually, no, it's actually on page 2. So that the $2,000 amount, that is for late payments, so that's penalties and interest. So on the next page, it's actually the 6,000, so we 7,224 was 23. That's usually a year-end adjustment, so we haven't booked that yet. And then we budgeted 6,000 in 24, and we're budgeting 6,000 in 25, because interest rates are actually favorable, so.
That money stays in, it doesn't
Correct.
go, it stays in CPA.
It stays in CPA. Yeah. And again, so I'm expecting Matt Lumberg or the CPC, they will reach out to me probably sometime in the next month or so to try to schedule something in August.
Sure.
And that's their number one question. They
How much
want to
we
know,
spent.
how much do we have?
And Connor, typically how much interest income do we, are you able to get in a account like that?
Off the top of my head with the money market, but this one is in, get.
I don't know if the city has any better rates than 3, 4, 5%.
It's usually around
market.
market. We're always shopping around. Yeah.
And that's true for all, we have a lot of different stabilization reserve.
Yeah, but we're also restricted how we can invest those funds. It's not like we can take all of this money here. We cannot just put that into the stock market.
Take
Like we
Vegas
can't
with
go buy Apple stock or what's that?
Can't go to Vegas for this money.
That too. Yeah, we can't.
Roll the dice.
So it's pretty much, you know, it's very basic, money market, CDs, that's
Fixed
it.
rates now are the highest we've seen in
Yep.
20 years, right?
Yep.
Let's get there.
Can we have a conversation about interest rates and rate of return?
Well, that could be revenues probably for the next
Whole line there, right?
because there's a line item for interest.
All right, we'll talk about that. Thank you.
So, I would move to recommend the city council approve the community preservation fund 2025 revenues in the amount of $940,000. I move.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes unanimously, 3 in favor, 0 opposed. And the committee recommends to the city council to approve the community preservation fund fiscal year 2025 expenditures in the amount of $940,000 as follows. Open space reserve, $94,000 or 10%. Community housing reserve, $94,000. Historic preservation reserve, 0. Administration, 5% or $47,000. Debt service historic preservation, $200,625. And general reserve, $575 for a total of $940,000. And I shall move.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Motion passes 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you.
Thank you, and good luck at the baseball.
Yes.
Motion to adjourn, second.
Only if you insist on it.
Yeah.
Yes. Motion to cancel the whole.
Second.
We're gonna do both, yeah.
Aye.
B and F first.
Motion to adjourn, BNF. Motion's been made, seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Motion to adjourn the committee of the whole.
Second.
Val, you there?
No.
I'm here.
Jason.
Oh, Jason's there, so this
Oh,
will
thank you,
be,
Jason.
so this will be a roll
Yeah.
call. vote. Council Benson, who seconded his motion.
I wanna say, I'm gonna say no, just I.
That's a great time. Jason's out there with his bees.
Councilor Memard,
Aye.
Councilor Worthley. Aye. Councilor Grow,
Aye.
Buzz.
Councilor Gross, aye. Meeting adjourned.
And just for information purposes, the remaining departments that we need to still cover and for which we have a date of, Jerry?
June 5th
June 5th.
at 9 a.m.
Our-
June 4th, right?
Correct.
Yep.
That's it.
So should I get a placard?
5:30?
Correct, yes.
I didn't even,
And where is that gonna be?
No.
City Hall.
I didn't even think of it.
Yeah.
Be a fun one. I gotta go. I'm sorry.
Um,
What was that?
oh,